The stockings were hung by the chimney with care in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there.
Santa Claus.
The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. And Mama in her kerchief, and I in my cap, had just settled down to a long winter's nap.
Dad, it still works.
There's no better gift than the sound of your voice.
Thank you, Aunt Martha. No, not believable. Try. Thanks. Thanks. Joel, pretend she just gave you a sundae. But she gives me stuff like this. Try again.
Hey, kids, look who's here.
Thank you, Aunt Martha.
You're welcome.
This Christmas, give something kids love. McDonald's gift certificates, just 50 cents each or 10 for $5.
It is a sundae.
It's a good time for the great taste. Joel, say thank you. Oh, McDonald's.
I forgot.
For a limited time, near to where you buy 7-Up, you'll find a very special countdown to Christmas poster. And it's yours free just for buying 7-Up and Diet 7-Up. What a great way to share in the feeling of Christmas. It's the perfect time to stock up on 7-Up's clear, crisp, clean refreshment. And kids get to build Santa's beard as they count off the days to Christmas. Get your free countdown to Christmas poster when you buy 7-Up. 7-Up is the feeling of Christmas.
Monday, Loretta Young comes home for a touching holiday story.
Does it have a happy ending?
She's a mother struggling to bring her family together for Christmas.
I want them to come because they're ready to put the past behind them.
It shouldn't take a miracle, but it will. In Christmas Eve, Monday.
Ooh, something for Santa.
Look what I brought you, Santa. Holidays chocolate.
Oh, you're ready.
Mom brought them home for the family. I saved the best for you.
Holidays chocolates. Delicious milk chocolate in red and green shells.
Now about my list.
There's nothing like holidays for your holidays from the makers of M&M's chocolate candies.
More?
These lonely pound puppies need someone to love. Someone who'd love a little puppy love.
For you, Grandma.
Pound puppies are as cuddly as real puppies.
He'll keep you company in the dorm.
They're the perfect way to say I love you for birthdays, holidays, or any day. Pound puppies, so soft and adorably lonely. Sometimes the hardest thing about giving them
Merry Christmas.
is giving them up.
Pound puppy, you're my one and only puppy love. Sweet the sweetest in our souls.
Give me fruity pebbles in our bowls. Oh, here comes you know who. Yabba dabba fruit, delicious do. Ho, 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 I'm hungry. Santa, my pebbles, your pebbles. 'Tis the season to be sharing, Fred. Happy holidays, pal. Oh, Fred. Fruity and Cocoa Pebbles cereals, part of this nutritious breakfast. Ho, 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 ho.
It's a world of celebration, joyful Yuletide expectation, where peace and love are felt throughout the land. It's an M&M's chocolate candy season. Moms and Santas know the reason. The milk chocolate melts in your mouth, not in your hand. All the world loves M&M's. They're pure milk chocolate joy for everyone.
M&M's chocolate candies. The milk chocolate melts in your mouth.
What a time to remember and believe. What a time to remember and believe. That it's better to give than receive.
Make it a warm Christmas with turtlenecks for the family from Target. Men's size is $6.99. Women's size is only $5.99. Boys and girls sizes also on sale.
It's Christmas at Target.
Welcome back, everybody. Oh, man. Everybody's talking about what happened today with the court hearing, and understandably so. I mean, it was quite a spectacle, to say the least. Not defending it. I still stand by that. I think it's kind of messed up that everybody's targeting Duty Ron, considering, yeah, we know that he knows better. That's what I keep hearing. He knows better. He should know. Dude, first of all, there was no COVID when he was a cop. They didn't do Zoom shit in court when he was a cop, okay? Duty Ron is, and I don't mean this to disrespect him, but he's a fucking boomer, just like me, just more of a boomer. Like, when it comes to computering, he does not really know how to do it. Not like you youngins, you whippersnappers, okay? Like, I don't think that he knew. I think that he planned on simply, I think he planned on streaming the court hearing, but everybody that was in there was planning on streaming that court hearing. I was going to stream it because I thought it was just a live court hearing that you can stream, because I stream court hearings here all the time. So, I mean, yeah, it's content. This is a guy that everybody looked at as a fucking hero, talking about Jared. Everybody looked at him like a hero, and he basically admits in writing to raping his cousin when she was 9 years old and he was 17. Yeah. If that thing's going to be streamed, I'm going to stream it. I didn't realize until I was looking at it and I signed into the thing that you're joining the whole thing, that you're joining. I didn't realize that that was the case. Why the judge would even make that an option for crazy people who want Jared's head on a stick for what he did, I mean, that falls onto the judge. I don't care what anybody says. That falls onto the judge. So, yeah, no, I don't think that Duty Ron deserves the scrutiny that he's getting for it. Was it a mistake? Yes. Was it deliberate? No, I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe that a man who put his entire life into finding justice for homicide victims and putting in the work to get them justice would deliberately disrespect a victim like that. No, I don't think he would. I do not believe that. Not with one fiber of my being. So, yeah, I and anybody who criticizes me for defending Duty Ron, you can go fuck yourselves. Every single one of you can. Because it just doesn't add up. And I know people are saying, yeah, but he was shilling his channel, you know, and the money and blah, 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 you know, for super chats and likes and subscribes. Dude, that's how you fucking promote your channel. That's what almost every YouTuber does when they start to go live. Some do it more than others. Everyone does that. The dude's retired. He's paid his dues. He figures adding insight, starting a YouTube channel to provide insight to true crime cases because of his experience, that's worth something. That's going to bring him in some little extra coin to his household. I don't see anything wrong with that. If anybody should be making any coin off of that, it should be somebody with experience and his kind of insight. Why not? Kelsey 206, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks for doing a late night live for your PNW homies. Right on. Yeah, y'all just need to shut the fuck up about Duty Ron, seriously. But of course, then, you know, and I watched Iked Mail's live, or his video that he made about it. He was rightfully upset about it. You know, he was fair. His opinions weren't harsh. I'm not going to attack Iked Mail. He didn't call anybody out by name, but I listened to Deets on the Streets clip of it. She has the whole thing recorded. And I saw Duty Ron said what he said, realized that everybody in the court could hear him because I think Doug from No Thinks Investigates let him know. But then that dude started like cracking jokes and acting like class clown in the courtroom. See, that's where it ventures into being deliberate and being a jackass. That's where it crosses over into that. Duty Ron made a very, very understandable mistake and did what he could to correct it at the moment. Simple. But then, and I wasn't even, man, I was sitting there, I'm watching, I was already annoyed because I'm into the second episode of this 3-part Casey Anthony thing on Peacock, and it's infuriating because I'm just watching her fucking lie. I'm not even I'm barely a quarter of the way through it, and my attention span is just, you know, my ADHD is, and I don't just throw that term around. I have ADHD like real bad. And you know, so what I end up doing when I'm watching shows, I hit pause and then I go and I get on my phone and I start looking through social media, and, you know, or then I'll turn on my PS4 and start playing Vice City because I'm nostalgic like that and I'm old. And, you know, it takes me forever to watch something. So, and that I have to take in increments because Casey Anthony is watching her lie after 10 years. And watching her lie and keep up with the same bullshit is infuriating. I'm telling you, if you haven't watched this yet, it's going to make you mad. It's going to make you really, really mad. And I was texting with Annie, and she's like, yeah, dude, like, wait till you watch the whole thing. I think she's got a video coming out probably tomorrow. Or she's posting it to, I don't know, but she did a kind of a reaction, more or less, video to about it, and she's she's like, yeah, I think what she texted me was Casey Anthony is Satan. So yeah, because I was just like, oh, because I'm yelling at my TV, I'm like, you fucking lying bitch. And then lo and behold, I hit pause. I need a break from that. And then I see this jackass on YouTube just jumping all over the opportunity to attack and try to make her name for herself after she's been canceled.
Golf on another supremely written and read monologue. Yeah, that's my humility. I got to try to be a little humble, right?
Humility.
I'm a writer, and when I do a job well done, and I
Oh
love to write. It's been a passion of mine since I think I could put words together, and that's first and foremost what I am, is a writer.
Jesus,
it's probably the one thing.
Christ.
Well, I don't know, other than playing piano and gaming, it's probably the one thing I've always really truly enjoyed.
This is all
doing.
she ever does.
And I love playing with words.
I'm a writer and I'm a gamer and like, this is all she ever fucking does, bro.
And I love putting thoughts and emotions and feelings and ideas, and I loved writing fiction. But the thing that I probably love the most is writing philosophically. And I've done another just very well written. I enjoyed writing it. I think it's really great. I enjoyed reading it.
Are you fucking serious right now? Like, the delusional ego on this asshole is amazing. It never ceases to astonish me. Never.
And I'm sort of building on each monologue, right? This is something I always wanted to do, and I'm like starting to do it now, where I'm like building on every monologue. I'm taking every monologue and I'm weaving them in together, and I'm going to try to create a tapestry of these thoughts, high, dry
of my bullshit
these thoughts that roll around in my brain. And so you'll notice I don't have any makeup on. Like
the plagiarizer.
This is like I'm down here in my office and just writing. And my son, hi Callie, my son, we ordered HelloFresh. We're giving it a try.
Oh God.
And like based on my daughter's advice, because putting meals,
you don't even got a job and you can't even afford an attorney for your fucking lawsuit that you're being sued for $10 million. You're being sued for $10 million for being the shadiest, most fucking unethical motherfucker on YouTube. And you got your channel canceled over it. And you're too goddamn lazy to fucking cook. And you can afford to fucking get HelloFresh to get fucking meals delivered to your house daily. Are you fucking serious? Wow. Wow.
putting meals together has never been like my thing. I don't enjoy cooking. But my daughter's like, no, Mom, you really got to try this.
And by the way,
she
guys,
had like a free coupon thing. And
in
so
case you didn't know, in case you didn't know, Kay's being sued for $10 million.
Oh, hi, Laura.
And Kay doesn't have $10 million, y'all.
Hi, Laura. So I have 17-year-old twin boys, and the one got ambitious, and they came today. So he got ambitious, and he Dree, sorry. Sorry, Dree. He got ambitious, and he did like some Southern mac and cheese thing. It was actually really good. Made the house smell really good, and it was hi Kaylee Dime, and it was it was
sorry,
just
my
nice
mic was
that he
muted.
put dinner together, for him and his brother, and I was able.
My mic was muted. It's all BS. Thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships. That is so awesome of you. Very festive, seeing as we're approaching the Christmas season. And so congrats to all you guys that got memberships. Thanks to It's All BS. Really appreciate it, guys. And Merry Christmas.
I was able to work and get the monologue done and kind of, wrap it up. Because what I do is I write and then I go back and I read it. And then I write, I might change and move.
Why the monologue to present the fucking monologue, bro? Like, are you serious right now? Why the monologue to present the fucking monologue? Oh, it's 20 memberships. Sorry. It says 10 here. My bad. Sorry about that. So 20 memberships. Amazing. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. So why pitch the monologue? Like, you already got these idiots listening to you. Like, just fucking say your shit, bro. Like, read your bullshit. Like, watch when she, like, it's so, if you guys have never heard her read a monologue, as I like to compare it, I like to compare it to masturbating with a cheese grater. Slightly amusing, but mostly painful, as the great late Ford Fairlane would say.
And add in quotes, and stuff like that. So I kind of have a headache, and I'm like, you know what? I'm done. Job well done, Kay. Like, you got it out there for your Patreons and your loyal listeners. And now you can go relax. But I can't relax. But I'm not going to devote a lot of time to this because I
wouldn't be able to relax either if I was being sued for $10 million and I didn't have $10 million.
Really like to devote time to bad people and people that I believe are bad. Unless, there's a real intrinsic.
That should be Rich. People that she believes are bad.
Something valuable to really be gained from it. I don't want to just focus on people that I believe are bad just gratuitously, and for the sake of doing it. That's not what I do. I was on a mission with Adventures with Purpose when I pointed out, what a awful person that I thought their CEO was.
Like, bro, y'all hear me ever talk like that, man? like we talked, I talked about AWP the same way. All right. We actually shared the same opinions on AWP. Shockingly enough. Not really, because we shared the same opinion for different reasons. I shared that same opinion because they were victimizing people in the process of bringing closure to other victims, and making a shit ton of money off of it under false pretenses. That is why I had those opinions. She had those opinions because it is her MO to go the opposition and ruffle feathers, as she likes to put it, and go against the grain and what the masses are talking about. So if most people are going one way, then she has to find a way to counter that to get hate views, because she's so creative and such a good writer that, you know, that's how she has to actually gain views and subscribers.
And how awful I felt it was of all of them.
Thank you, Mad Catter. Let me see. Thank you for saying things as typing it. Good sign as a creator. I like. Right on. Appreciate that.
Go along with his awfulness and the things that he did and the things that his right-hand man, Doug the Beard Bishop, did to Jagger and to Kylie's friends, right? I just know how people sleep with themselves at night, right? I'm worried. Like, I always worry that like the person beyond the grave is like gonna get pissed at me for the way I handle something. So, you know, I think what they did was very bad. I thought it was evil. I thought what he did by usurping law enforcement and making the announcement of finding her. And I was,
oh God, shut up. Sister Sherry doing stuff. Thank you so much, bro. Who is this self-absorbed babbling gal? See, this is what I love. I love that I have all these new subs and they don't have any idea who this person is. And all I have to do is play her and you already see right through her. You already know how full of shit she is. You don't even have to know her history. God help me. Like, if you know her history, let me actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'll let this play for a second.
And I was really shocked and dismayed at how so few people, like including former FBI agents who appear on, you know, national TV stations, how they just turned a blind eye to that. Right. You know, I believe like what Martin Luther King Jr. said, if good people stay quiet, evil wins. If you don't say something, evil wins. So I hate calling attention to this, but what happened today was evil. It was cruel and it was evil, and it's the consequences of it on Jared's victim, Jared's alleged victim, have been enormous. The pain that this has caused her I can't even put it in words. This is heartbreaking what multiple YouTubers have done. Okay. And so I want to begin. Hey, JP, the drummer. So I want to begin for those of you that are joining and are not like need to be caught up to speed. So there was a girl that went missing this past August in near Lake Tahoe in California. It's called Presser Creek Reservoir. At the end of it all, sadly, you know, it was deemed an accident. She was impaired, most likely, and lost control of her vehicle on the edge of the reservoir, and her car went in and it wasn't found. Authorities were having a hard time finding it, and which is normal, which is pretty typical. The newly submerged cars are difficult to find. So there was this huge YouTube channel, 2.5 million followers, called Adventures with Purpose. The CEO, his name is Jared Lassick. There's multiple other guys that he had working under him, but the CEO of Adventures with Purpose, and really like the captain of the ship, so to speak, he very inappropriately and unethically announced on social media finding her remains, like essentially just bypassing the authority of law enforcement to be able to come secure the scene and notify the next of kin, you know, in an official capacity, right? I thought that was
so what I just did there, do me a favor, guys, if you're really interested in knowing and really understanding and getting a good understanding of who this person is and how she is, make sure to click on that link that I just, just so that it's in your history and you can refer to it later. But click on that link that I just dropped in the chat and watch that live. It tells you everything you need to know about this woman.
That was evil. I thought that was bad. And I thought that was selfish. They were trying to get clout for themselves. And Jared Lasick and Adventures with Purpose have taken an epic tumbling. They have gone on an epic tumbling in the space of 2 months. They went from being golden boys and heroes to really being just scum of the earth. And Jared, the CEO, for the year this victim, you can tell me that was destroyed by people with the same mentality as Jared. That same selfish, clout chasing, put themselves first, get what they can out of it, make sure they
we know all that. I was talking about this before you were. Like, we already know all that.
Clicks and engagement and super chat. That, like, shame on me for each of these people that logged in
now
had to agree upon.
There's a reason, folks. There is a reason. As you can see here, there is a reason why you don't see a dollar sign. Well, it's because it's a replay, actually. But while this was live, there's a reason why you did not see a dollar sign here and you don't see super chats come through. It's because she is afraid to try to seek out monetization because she knows that YouTube will cancel this channel too. She is on YouTube when she is not supposed to be on YouTube. And somehow she's gone under YouTube's radar. But she's getting more and more subs and more attention, and she is just bound to piss off the wrong people. And this channel's days are numbered. I promise you that.
Upon logging into the stream, they were given a message and they had to check an agreement to it. And you can bet your booty that the Utah court has a log of everybody who checked an agreement to it, because that's legally binding. And I bet your booty that they know exactly who disregarded.
I'm not telling you
what
this
they
channel's
agreed
name.
to.
I'm not telling you this channel's name. The channel's name is Critical K as far as I'm concerned. That's all you need to know.
And went on to live stream. So let's get to the first offender. The first, and I mean, I don't know if he's the worst. The worst is someone I don't even really want to say by name, because people are slowly coming around. I feel I don't need to say anything anymore because people are slowly coming around to how wicked and rotten that person is. So I feel I don't really need to go too much into them. But this first person, while he might not be the worst, he's one of the primary. So let's get right to him. And before you try to lie to me and tell me he wasn't going to stream the proceeding. He didn't stream the proceeding. Well, he was going to, and this proves his intent. You can see the proceeding on the screen. Okay. So don't lie to me and tell me that
she has always gone after Duty Ron. Like, always. She's always gone after this dude. Like, it's the weirdest thing. Anybody who actually has credentials and anybody who actually knows what they're talking about versus her just spitting out word salad bullshit, like, she gets insanely jealous of and attacks them on YouTube. It's what she has always done. So now she thinks that she's got Duty Ron in the bag. This is her thinking, oh, well, I've got him now.
That Duty wasn't going to stream the proceeding. Yes, he was going to stream the proceeding because I can see the proceeding right on his screen.
So what if he was going to stream the proceeding? So fucking what? Who cares? A lot of people were going to stream that proceeding. I was going to stream that proceeding until I realized that I would actually be involved in the court hearing along with everybody else that's like involved in the hearing, which why that would even be an option is fucking beyond me. But yes, I stream court hearings all the time. Everybody does. Everybody streams court hearings. Like, it's just they're never set up to this manner to where like the whole court can actually hear you.
And not only that, he made a complete ass of himself. Let's get to that.
In the chat, because I'd like to know how many of you guys oh, okay, I'm sorry. That's embarrassing. I'm going to leave that meeting. Sorry about that. Wow. Okay, so that's what was happening. I undid my Jesus, Mary and Giuseppe. I undid my headphones, and then the audio came through on the port. So
now he may think that his audio was played for the entire courtroom on accident and because he undid his AirPods or whatever. But it's slowly kind of coming out that something happened where everybody's audio was opened up. Was it on purpose?
No, you fucking jackass. Why would it be on purpose? Why would it be on purpose? See, here's the thing. This is what she is doing classic fucking canceled Karen critical cankles bullshit. This is classic K, what she's doing right now. She's trying to twist this into something more sinister than it was. Because, and I can disprove it right now very, very easily. Because you can't on one side of your mouth, K, say, oh, well, Duty Ron is just out there looking for money and he's just looking out for all these views and he wants all the views. Well, why in blue perfect fucking hell would he deliberately sabotage the court case, the court hearing, to where he wouldn't have any content? That's the content that he was basing on. So why the fuck would he deliberately sabotage his own content? That doesn't make sense. So you got to pick one. Either he's a malicious asshole who doesn't care about Jared's victim, or he's greedy. You got to pick one, because both of those dogs don't hunt. And I'll tell you, it's neither one. It's neither one. This is a dude who simply knows supply and demand, and he understands that this is something that everyone's going to talk about. He knows his listeners are going to be interested in it. And I know people are like, well, he was just dying to be the first one. Well, I mean, he wanted to be up there. I mean, a bunch of other YouTubers were on that panel, man. A bunch of other YouTubers who have the simple understanding. It's not that I'm going to get more. Now, the inexperienced YouTubers might have thought this and thought, oh, well, it's just going to get me more subscribers. No, because you're not exclusively the one streaming that. You wouldn't be exclusively the one YouTuber streaming that. See, when I stream a court hearing that everybody else is streaming, bigger channels, much bigger channels than me, I know that people are coming to my channel because they want to hear my commentary on it. They want to hear my insight and my opinions on it. That's why they log on to my channel versus some creator that has 100,000, 200, 300,000 subs. That's why. And that's why people logged on to Duty Ron. They wanted to hear a retired, experienced homicide detective, their insights on a court hearing. That's it. He was simply creating content, providing content for his viewers that he felt his viewers would be interested in. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, I don't know. I think that's interesting to consider what actually happened there, but his audio wasn't the only one, as you're going to see. His audio was not the only one that he became a hot mic and was heard by everyone. And his audio being heard was, what I'm being told, is the reason the court knew that there was live streaming of the proceedings, because they were beginning the proceedings. They were about to begin. And
that judge should have known that to begin with. He should have fucking expected that. And made the link to that private and only shared it with the court officers and anybody who had the right to be present for these proceedings. Anybody who was entitled constitutionally to be present at these proceedings should have been the only ones with that link. That's totally on the judge.
Doofus here could be heard talking
Wow.
as though he was talking to an audience, right? So let's watch it again, just so people have perfect clarity on what happened.
In the chat, because I'd like to know how many of you guys oh, okay, I'm sorry. Wow. That's embarrassing. I'm going to leave that meeting. Sorry about that.
Yeah. And I'm surprised she's not digging into J is for Justice, because they're mortal enemies, which is really funny. And yes, J is for Justice tried to say that she had permission to stream it. No, I mean, you're a member of the media. You're allowed to report it, but the instructions apply to your ass too. The instructions to not stream it apply to your dumb ass too. No streaming. Didn't say only members with media clearance are allowed to stream it. It didn't say that. It said it is not to be streamed.
Wow. Okay, so that's what was happening. I undid my Jesus, Mary and Giuseppe. I undid my headphones, and then the audio came through on the port. So I'm gonna get out of that. Embarrassment sets in. So let's do some. I'm chiming through on WebEx, and thank God they were in a recess. But that too that's kind of shitty, and it happened. It was unknown to me. So,
unknown to be.
Like the man's owning up to his mistake right here. I haven't even listened to this yet. And what I'm seeing is a very mature, humble man owning up to his mistake and trying to play it off, making fun of himself a little bit, which, I mean, that's okay, man. Like, that's all he's doing. He's owning up to his mistake. He's saying it's embarrassing, and I've got to like sit here and fight through this embarrassment. He didn't like panic quit. He didn't do anything like that. And here she is just taking cheap shots at him. Like just taking cheap shots at a guy who just didn't understand how that particular program and that setup worked. That's it.
It was unknown to me. Oi, oi, oi.
Isn't there a bit of really weird irony that Adventures with Purpose masqueraded as heroes with capes and good guys, and they hid behind a facade of virtue and heroism and goodness and light and we're helping people.
You
and
see,
we're bringing
you see what she's doing right here? This is what she has always done. What she's doing right here is trying to villainize this man who actually did good. Okay. He wasn't a homicide detective for the money because there's not a lot of money in it. He didn't work his entire life to become a homicide detective and then be a homicide detective up until the point to where he retires and gets a pension in the city of New York during a time when it was one of the most violent cities in the world. Now it's one of them again because it's just simply not tough on crime. Because the politicians that are in power there are not valuing law enforcement agents like this man who became a cop because it's who they are. Some guys are cops, some women are cops because of it's who they are. It's in their bones. It's in their blood. The need to want to help people. And this guy donates a lot of what he makes to good causes. So don't tell me that he's greedy and he's this bad person and he's in any way, shape, or form comparable to Jared. Like, it's unbelievable that she's sitting here trying to imply that. I mean, it's not unbelievable if you know this person. If you know canceled Karen, if you know critical cankles, you know that this is exactly what she does.
And we're bringing closure. And the monster behind that facade is so despicable. If the crimes against his sister,
it's funny you ask, Sister Sherry doing stuff. It's funny you ask. This person is being sued for doing exactly what she's doing now. Yeah. Basically, painting a false picture of someone's character, defaming someone's character, telling lies. That's what she's doing right now to Duty Ron. And this is what she's being sued for because she did it to the wrong person. She did it to the mother of an alleged murder victim.
His sister are true that he's admitted to. Okay. We'll remind everyone he admitted to them in email to his sister, stupidly.
She pissed off that mama bear. That's right.
That facade of Adventures with Purpose, behind that facade was such a dastardly, despicable human being who was so selfish in his need for social media clout and social media engagement and social media recognition that he chomped to the bit to announce finding the remains of a teenage girl on social media.
I mean, she's right about Jared. Everything that she's saying about Jared, I agree with 100%. Absolutely. But to try to compare it to what Duty Ron does is fucking despicable, is what it is. Mrs. Smith, thank you so much. Thank you for showing grace to Ron rather than condemning him for a mistake. P.S. I love Cherry. At least somebody does. I'm just kidding. Oh man, I'm gonna get in trouble for that one. We might get to BHB. I got a lot more beer. I just started drinking a beer, so I got a lot more. So we might get into BHB. I know I plan to. I had my eye on her tonight too. Yeah, that's a whole other thing there. What? At the Cameo in 86 in Miami Beach. I know the Cameo. Yeah, I used to work right down the street from the Cameo on Washington. Yeah, man. I don't think the tattoo shop that I worked at was there yet. But yeah, that's awesome. Good for you. I got this shirt actually when they reunited in 2016. 30 years later. Or is it 40 years later? I can't do math right now.
Before her very mother was able to hear it in a humane way from law enforcement. That was the revelation to me, that they were not good people, that was an evil thing to do. That was a cruel and evil, despicable and unethical thing to do. And that was like my introduction to Adventures with Purpose. I'd never heard of them before that. Okay. So this great irony that that's what they did. They victimized someone.
So here's Kay, a true crime creator, allegedly, who has never heard of Adventures with Purpose since before the Kylie Rodney case, which tells you what? What it tells me is that it confirms what I've always said about her, is that she'll take whatever everybody's talking about and then start to twist it and go the opposition to what the mass opinions are. She'll just find what's going to piss off people in a mass level and go with it. That's what she does. Because I've heard of Adventures with Purpose. I've even acknowledged Adventures with Purpose. I shouted them out on my channel regarding another case. So, like, I mean, way before the Kylie Rodney thing.
To get their clout. And people like applauded them for it. And now we have Duty Ron doing the exact same thing.
He's not doing the exact
Duty
same
Ron
thing.
has re-victimized the victim in a very serious child RAPE case.
Just say rape.
He has re-victimized
You're not
her.
even monetized.
He has re-traumatized her.
You're not even monetized. Like, you do the most awful shit to people in the world and you won't just say the word rape. You know what I mean? Like, are you fucking serious right now?
And this act of him doing this so he could get the stream up there for people to watch live, even though he agreed not to, signed the court's agreement not to. He was determined to get it up there so he would get lots of views and lots of people in there and lots of super chats. This was a dastardly, despicable thing to do to this woman who has waited years for this day. The great irony is how many people are going to recognize.
I wonder if Sophie Long shit, sorry. I did that to the wrong person. Yeah, I just did that. I wonder if when the day comes, hopefully the day comes, where Sophie Long will actually have people in power by her side supporting her, and she's able to get her case looked into and bring charges finally to Jake Bellington years later. I wonder if she'll be saying the same thing. Because those of you who know what Kay did, she took a 9-year-old girl, and completely and totally destroyed her character because she screamed out for help because she was being sexually abused by her, allegedly, her mom's boyfriend and her own mother. Her own mother just sat by and let it happen. And even participated to some degree, according to her. And it was never fully investigated. As a matter of fact, I played proof. I played a recording of a law enforcement officer who works for the same law enforcement agency that Jake Bellington's stepfather works for, calling another police agency, telling them to basically try to intercept a SANE exam from being taken, trying to prevent evidence from being collected. I played this proof many times on this channel. It's a fact. Calamity Jade, thank you so much for the Cash App. I appreciate it. These aren't, as far as that police officer trying to intercept this evidence from being taken, it's not alleged. It's a fact because I played the proof. I played a recording of the conversation. I also played body cam footage of those same police officers at the hospital talking to a nurse, where the nurse said that they saw signs of, I'm not going to get too deep into that. I've already done that many times here, but signs of a venereal disease. There was much more reason to believe this child than not to believe her. And I showed constant data, evidence, court documents. Kay never went over any court documents. Watch that video that I clipped, or that I dropped in the chat. Watch that video called Critical K Doxer. I go over all of that stuff. She doesn't show any evidence. She just basically runs her mouth like this, and she called this child a brat. She called this child a liar. She made fun of her. She laughed at her. And now all of a sudden, she's advocating for a rape victim. Yeah. Okay. I call 150% bullshit.
Recognize that this act reveals the character. This very act reveals the character of this person. Will people, just like they did with Adventures with Purpose, are they going to make all kinds of excuses and come at me and tell me what the good duty Ron does and how he's solving cold cases and he brings closure, and are they going to do the same thing? What's it going to take? What does it take for people to wake up out of their hypnosis and their mass delusion over some of these creators and see them for who they really are? What this guy did today was, I mean, at least he showed a little sliver of shame. We're going to get to someone who showed no shame, but at least he showed a sliver. He showed a morsel. He said he was embarrassed. What he should have been was ashamed of how he's re-traumatized and re-victimized this woman who's waited so long. She was so...
Dude, listen. And I realize this is stressful for that victim. I do absolutely realize. It's being postponed for another 2 weeks. So yes, it's another 2 weeks. But there are 100 different reasons. I guarantee you that Jared's attorney had some way of trying to get a continuance and put this off and stall it. It happens in almost every case. Cases get continuances all the time. All the time. If it wasn't that thing, it probably would have been something else. And yes, I want this woman to get her day of justice, but she understands. This is a woman that does understand that it's going to be a long process, and he's going to manipulate his way in every way, shape, or form that he can. I mean, it's just what he's going to do. And yes, I agree with you. Jared won today. Jared absolutely won today. And it sucks. But there were nothing about Duty Ron's actions that were deliberate or even inconsiderate of that. I don't think that he had any idea that they were going to, based on his mistakes, and not just him, but his mistakes, that they were going to reschedule the live stream. Because what it boils down to, like I said, this is not the YouTuber's fault necessarily. Now, the way that these people conducted after the fact, and even she's acknowledging this right now, but the way that these other YouTubers conducted themselves after this should have been anticipated, should have been something that was considered as a possibility. That should have never, ever been an option for everybody to be able to be heard on a court panel. That's fucking crazy. And I know it can be done. Like, during COVID, there were all kinds of Zoom, hearings. I mean, they happened all the time. And as a YouTuber, I couldn't jump on there and be part of it and be like, yo, what's up? I couldn't do that. That judge should have never let that be an option. As far as I'm concerned, the judge failed this victim today. Now, these other YouTubers had a part in it, sure. I'm not taking that away. Yes, they definitely are partly accountable for that. But look at the way this YouTube community has fucking behaved. Look at the creators that acted a fool. All of them are people that I have fucking dragged on this channel. The ones that acted like assholes. Queen Bee, Doug, No Thanks Investigates. All people that I have addressed on this channel as being shitheads. And the judge is going to he's going to publicly post a link for anybody to join where the defendant is a YouTuber with over 3 million subscribers being accused of child rape. That was just plain irresponsible on that judge's part, period. The only responsible thing that judge did was reschedule the hearing. That's it. Yet nobody wants to talk about that.
If you've never been a victim, you can't know what that takes to pull that strength up from your gut, from your pain, from your trauma. Pull that strength up, and that day is coming, and you have that anticipation, and you have that
I love listening to her try to empathize with an assault victim. When a 9-year-old did this, what she's talking about, and she was called by this person a brat and a liar, and laughed at and made fun of and mocked. I think that's precious.
That energy, and you have that right to expect that it's going to go properly and according to procedure. Now, I suppose you could say the court shouldn't have done this, but I just have this weird feeling that they did it on purpose this way for a reason. I just can't shake that feeling that I have. And the winner.
So are you implying that the judge is working in favor of Jared already? Is that what the implication is here? But I thought that didn't happen. I thought that that's just a crazy conspiracy theory, because in Sophie's case, it was. In Sophie's case, the fact that there was a corrupt judge and a corrupt amicus attorney and a corrupt guardian ad litem, that was insane or incompetent. That was just insane talk to her that that could actually happen, even though the documents tell you. Even though every single attorney on YouTube in the law tube world who went over that case would tell you that court totally mishandled that case. They wouldn't go so far as to claim corruption, but they will tell you, I've heard Nick Rekieta do it, say that case was handled completely and totally wrong, poorly, by all of the officers in that court. But that's crazy conspiracy theory talk now. But now when it comes to this, well, you know, let's entertain that idea, which is ridiculous. I just think the judge is stupid for doing that. He didn't do his homework.
In all of this today,
welcome,
is Jared.
Beasley B. Appreciate it.
The winner in all of this is Jared. Him and his defense team are
agreed. Agreed.
I don't even know if we have a date set for another hearing.
You didn't.
Now this victim.
So your focus was just to call out these people instead of knowing that it's 2 weeks away? Interesting.
She's left twisting in the wind. When will the next hearing be? Now she has to work that energy up again, that pull from that hurt and that trauma, and be able to speak to the courts and share her side and be there as the person she's accusing faces what she alleges they did to her. Now when's it going to happen? She doesn't know.
Regarding the court case, I have not discussed Jessica. There's a reason why, because she hasn't charged him. He hasn't been charged in her in her allegations. He hasn't been charged based on her allegations yet. I'm just trying to be as factual as I can regarding this case, because I'm very opinionated on it too. So, you know, but I try to lean more towards the fact-driven aspects of it. But I do believe Jessica. Don't get me wrong. I do believe her. My focus right now, as far as Jared's court appearances, are the hero, as she's called, his cousin.
No. This has been hugely impactful on her life, just like what Adventures with Purpose did to Lindsay Rodney. And the people who love Kylie. I mean, the irony of this is it's unreal. Nobody should be able to ignore this. Let's get to the next one. And while I play this one, I got to go let my doggy in, as I forgot to let her in. So I'm going to get this one started, and then I'll be
real interested. I'll be real interested to know what she has to say about Queen Bee. Because Queen Bee was a mod for her during that whole Sophie thing. That's why Queen Bee and I don't get along and we don't like each other. Because Queen Bee just jumped on her little bandwagon and got all of the subs that she could get from Kay and just fucking jumped off. I'm really, really interested at what kind of falling out took place between the two of them. Yeah, I don't like Queen Bee at all. There's like a couple of her panelists that I'm really cool with, that I'm actually very cool with. But there's one that I'm actually fair with. I don't like her. She doesn't like me, but at least she's fair. I'll give her that. And that would be Captain Napton. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge Captain Napton for being fair. We just disagree on a lot and fundamental things.
Right back.
I was like oh shit. No, bitch. No, we were I see. Okay. We were all doing streaming the court date for Jared.
Okay, so that's clearly a hot mic situation.
You know what I mean? He had court today, right? Mm-hmm. for his 2 counts of
Right.
child RAPE.
Yeah.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so he had court today, and there was a link to this to stream it. You know what I mean? Like there's a link, a live stream link to watch it, I guess. So we clicked the link. I streamed it, put it on here. Well, I didn't know that when I clicked it, like when it was on here already, that there was like 2 or 3 screens open, and so I had like 2 or 3 mics open or whatever. I guess I don't fucking know. I really don't know how it happened. But the motherfucking courthouse heard me dropping F-bombs on their fucking mic. Like, girl, it was a hot mic moment. Duty Ron, mic came undone.
Queen Bee, dude. She's so gross. Like, I wonder if she looks how she sounds. I just I can't help but wonder that. Just
Sorry. Oh, I hate those moments. I hate.
Well, look, you could hear Doug, you could hear me, you could hear Duty Ron. Duty Ron was like, "Oh, go like the stream." I was like, "Oh my god, this is terrible." So basically, Justice for All was on there. Like there was a bunch of them on there. Andra, like there were a bunch of us.
Wow.
All of us were all in there streaming it, watching it. You know what I'm saying? JS for Justice. All of us. We were all watching it. We were all guilty of it. We were all fucking.
Everybody's guilty. Nobody's worse than other. We're all
just anyhow. The judge got mad and was like, "No, I'm shutting this the fuck down because we're not gonna."
Well, yeah, of course. Like, because she's basically admitting that they knew that they were being heard in court, and they were just acting like a fucking like a 3rd grade class with a substitute teacher. It's ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. You know?
A live stream this, not gonna happen.
Like, and I guarantee you that it mortifies Duty Ron to even be associated with this bunch. Like, it mortifies him. He doesn't even like to talk bad about other channels. He won't name names. He won't do any of that shit. You know, like he just tries to maintain the integrity of his channel of being, a source for insight coming from an experienced homicide detective in these cases. That's all it is. But I guarantee you that being lumped up with this bunch of fucking jackasses is fucking killing him right now. And I feel really bad for him, man.
So she basically said she's going to reschedule his court date and it will not be streamed. So there's that. And then listen,
I can't. I like, this is going to be one of those few times that I actually like where I totally agree with Kay. She's everything that she's doing is what I'm thinking about Queen Bee. I'm not going to lie about that. I think Queen Bee is a fucking just trash.
So anyhow, the judge came on and she was like, "Okay, that's it. I've been informed that there's several YouTubers streaming in a courtroom and it's illegal in the state of Utah, and I'm not going to have that."
I just got to pause this momentarily. You know who that second person is chiming in and guffawing about the chaos that they caused today by agreeing to not stream and then proceeding to stream? You know that other voice, that other ashtray voice is chiming in there? That's none other than Angela, Voices for Voiceless. A quote victim's advocate thinks it's really funny.
I don't know.
We're all guilty.
I don't know you, Voices for Voiceless.
And it's real funny, isn't it, that a victim was denied her right to be heard today because of you, Queen Bee. A victim tonight is crying She's having an anxiety attack. She's having a meltdown. She's worked up all of this energy that she needed to face the person who abused her and took her innocence, allegedly abused her and allegedly took her innocence. And you guys, you selfish people who think of only yourselves.
See, that's the thing is here she is on this fucking soapbox, and it's like the Sophie thing never happened, even though she references it every other live stream that she does all the time. She references it all the time. She stands by everything she's ever said. It's not like she had this redeeming moment where she was like, oh my God, I totally trashed an alleged victim who was a 9-year-old child. There's no way that they could defend themselves against an adult with a YouTube channel. There's no fucking way that this poor child can do that. She didn't have this moment of clarity at any point. She still stands by everything that she's ever said regarding the Sophie case. And here she is standing on a soapbox, criticizing somebody for doing about a fraction of what she did for months and months and months on end. Great, Kay.
You brought her world come crashing down on her today. Let's and it's funny. And then even knowing that, even after knowing that
voices for voices. I don't know you, man. And I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I don't give a shit about your drama with her. I don't.
It all had to be shut down, that everybody's time was wasted. The judge, the lawyers, everybody who showed up for this, everybody's time was wasted, but it's really funny. I'm not giving legal advice, McKenna, so you can just beat it.
you can kick racks.
I'm not giving legal advice. I'm talking about moral.
By the way, there was another person who was at this meet and greet in Denver, Colorado, when MGL was there, and then MGL showed up to the Watts house and took rocks as a souvenir, like a fangirl. That other person was Kay. She did the same thing. She just took the videos down because she got criticized for it, but she did the same thing. Nobody has done more repugnant shit regarding the Watts case like Kay has. Nobody. She is so on the Ruchek's shit list, you have no idea. Like, no idea.
Morals. I'm talking about just being a decent human being. Please ban her, Wrenches. Let's listen to the rest of this obscenity.
Something else. I don't even know what else she said, but basically that she was shutting it down and rescheduling his court date, and there will not be another. They won't.
Here, Angela. What's that dog from that old cartoon? The dog that went. What was that from? That's how she sounds. Hey. Yeah, it's real funny.
She's not
that
wrong.
The judge had to shut it down.
I mean, it does kind of sound like.
And the victim was being denied a day she's waited years for.
Be live streamed this time.
Oh, she's just under YouTube's radar right now, but
no, thanks.
I'm you know, this is my way of contributing to fixing that.
See, I can't with this shit. Now, look, I didn't know that my mic was open. I had no idea that it was on.
You do.
Like otherwise, I wouldn't have said shit. You know what I'm saying? I actually was sitting here pretty fucking quiet.
But you were going to stream it.
Tumbling that, so I'm glad they didn't hear that conversation. But I mean, it is what it is.
Damn, I'm so sorry.
I mean, I didn't say anything bad.
Yeah,
it's not that you didn't. It's not what you said. It's the fact that you.
Here's my impression of Kay. You never ever spank a child. Never ever spank a child. just bully them and drag them on social media as much as you possibly can. Especially if they were murdered. That makes it okay because they can't hear it. That's basically Kay.
The fact that you were going to stream it when you were told not to. Well, look, I was not going to log in.
I'm not going to get too deep into this, but let me address this comment real quick because I know it's going to piss some people off. The saying that she spread theory, yeah, she went overboard with that bullshit. But before he actually pled guilty, and before Chris Watts actually pled guilty, there was no evidence to indicate that he was lying about his claim. People just jumped to that conclusion and they said, no, he's lying. And then I was one of those people that was like, are you a fucking lie detector? Are you a fucking body language expert? You know what I mean? Like, how do you know that didn't happen? You know, I mean, who knows? Because think about it. That's a more believable story from a father, okay? From a male perspective, who's a father, it's more believable. I would rather believe that there was actually a reason behind him doing what he did, such as defending his children in some way, shape, or form. I wanted to believe that rather than him just being a fucking pussy and wanted to fucking just get out of the situation he was in without having the balls to just leave. Like, that was too big a pill to swallow, you know, at first, without any evidence. So, yeah, I entertained the possibility that Chris Watts was telling the truth until he pled guilty. Once he pled guilty, then I was just like, yeah, okay. You know, and then I started to look at it from a completely different perspective, and then it made sense. You know, oh, well, he's just a fucking coward. I didn't want to believe that somebody would do something like that simply because they're a fucking coward. I wanted to believe, okay, this man lost. He had some sort of understandable reason that he would lose his temper and kill his wife, you know? Because mother or not of my kids, if you hurt my kids, I don't know how I would react. I don't know how I would react. Actually, I do, because I have been in that situation. But I'm proud of myself on how I handled it. But the fact of the matter is it's a very, very, I just did not want to believe that this man just up and decided to do something this horrific. And then it turned out that he did. But this woman just kept this going on and on and on and on her channel about the Watts case for fucking like 2 years. She just kept doing streams about the Watts case 2 years after the fact. Like, it's over. Let it go. And she's always still bringing it up. JS for Justice does the same shit. Because they built their channels on the Watts case. And if they're not getting enough views, they go back to that shit and want to attract the same people that just won't let it the fuck go.
But you're gone. I wasn't going to log in, but maybe something that I will get out of this is I will be able to.
I didn't. Not until, I mean, not once it was over. I sure as fuck didn't. I let that shit go. Once it was over, it was done. Once I saw the fucking discovery and all of the evidence, I was like, well, that changes fucking everything. Because prior to him pleading guilty, all there was a very lazily short written police report once he was arrested. Very short. That's all there was.
Boot a lot of trolls.
Yeah, Armchair's an idiot. Everybody in that whole fucking corner of YouTube are fucking morons.
What are you talking about, Ella Owens?
Like, and the root checks are.
What are you talking about, Ella?
They're gonna
Owens?
stick it
We
in
have
and break
proof
it
she
off,
was
man. I'm
even
telling
there.
you, like they are so not done with them. I love it.
I mean, are you kidding me? Levi Page, it's Duty. Doodie.
That's so fucking clever.
Duty Ron.
God, you're so stupid. She's such a child. It's
So
duty.
I also, and stupid mouse is taking a shit on me today. It quit in the middle of my monologue too.
No, bro, that's God or the universe or whatever just trying to tell you you suck. So stop it. Stop doing what you're doing. That's what that is. Faulty equipment. The same shit happened to fucking BHB's fucking internet at the vigil. Like people need to start like looking at the signs and understanding that there are signs. Somebody bigger than you doesn't want you doing what you're fucking doing.
Maybe I need new batteries in it. It's gonna blink. Come on. Well, I mean, she was. But anybody who asks that, you mean, do we have proof she was even the point? It doesn't matter whether she was there or not. The point being, this was her day for this to begin, for justice to begin against her childhood abuser, who's lived a life of fooling a lot of people. Yeah, I guess it's not going to work. Hi, Levi. It's good to see you.
I love you too, Mo.
Do you ever have days?
It's okay.
Those
Good
of you
night.
that work from home that you want to like smash your computers?
Oh my God.
Let's move on.
Yes, let's do that.
To the next exhibit.
Thank you, Cankles.
And it's not working again. God fucking damn it. All right, next exhibit. Unless anybody wants to hear ashtray mouths again. So this is a post I grabbed from somewhere else, a comment, and I just liked it. So I included it in my exhibits, but it was a repeat of what people had to agree to join, to observe, okay? Like a virtual courtroom, to sit in and observe in a virtual courtroom, okay?
I'll bet
and herein lies the question.
I'll bet you anything this is like her own post. Like she loves to she loves to celebrate her own shit.
Why would any YouTuber, unless it was self-serving and selfish, why are you streaming it? That's like
Kay's super delusional, but she's not delusional enough to call this a job. I'll give her that much credit. She's never done that. You know, she had a job before. But she's not that delusional to where she's going to call YouTubing a job.
That's first of all. Why not just expect other people, if they want to tune in, if they want to sit in a virtual courtroom, why not just let them tune in so that the court has a record of everybody who's watching and the court has an idea of everybody who's, why the need even to,
that's the thing.
What would their
Shar English Rose, the judge did stop it. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, in all fairness, the judge did stop it. My argument is it should have never been an option to begin in the first place. It should have never been allowed to happen. Like, why in the fuck would you make that shit public? That link to join public? And he has to accept you too. Like the inviter, the host, has to accept you. Why would he allow a bunch of people sitting at home, bunch of fucking strangers sitting at home to access mics in that courtroom when he's got a YouTuber with millions of subscribers who claims to be an advocate for victims? Oh, okay. It's a female. Sorry, I didn't even see. Okay. Why would she allow somebody with 3 million subscribers who claims to be an advocate for victims and is now being accused of raping a child when he was 17, who happens to be his cousin? Why would she allow that link to just be public for anybody to join? She didn't think that a whole bunch of fucking YouTubers are going to click on that shit. And she thought that the hundreds, at least hundreds of people who clicked on it were going to just behave quietly. Or at least you can't just mute everybody, literally everyone who comes in that's not directly involved with the case. Like, that's totally on that judge. That judge absolutely failed that victim. I mean, that's just a fact. Did these YouTubers take part in it? Sure, they did. Some unintentionally, but others totally carelessly and disrespectfully. Absolutely.
What their reasoning be? I guess what would Duty Ron claim his reason is for even doing it to begin with?
You played his
Why not?
reason. You played his reason. Like, he was adding commentary. He was listening, and he was adding commentary. But what he ended up doing was, I guess, what the way he explained it in some, Zoom, WebEx, same shit. It's the same shit. He claimed that when he took his earbuds out, they disconnected, and then his mic turned on or whatever, or something in the courtroom. He thought he was only addressing his audience. Turns out he was addressing the court, unintentionally. And, well, in all fairness, Duty Ron didn't know how Bluetooth worked. I mean, that's my defense for him. He just simply didn't understand exactly how the Bluetooth worked, and he got confused on how on what happened. That's all it was. I do not believe it was in any way malicious, or even, I wouldn't even call it careless. I would call it I would just simply call it, I guess, just not being technically savvy.
I mean, what's in it for Duty Ron? Like, what's in it for him? Or what does he think is in it for his audience? So that they can get out of having to click for themselves and do it for themselves? I mean, what is their excuse?
The same thing. Like, what's in it for his audience to stream a court hearing? The same thing that is in it for anybody who spectates in the gallery of a court hearing, whatever that may be.
Their excuse, I guess, is where I'm going. What is the excuse and the reason for doing it? So this person commented and they said, so good job, streamers. You denied the victim and the state from moving forward because you wanted clout. So frustrating. And I think that's pretty much the sentiment of a lot of people. Probably not enough people, but a lot of people. Mr. Silk on Reddit said it really good too. He said, I'm furious for the victim. After 30 years, she was finally going to see her rapist brought before a judge and publicly arraigned. I doubt she slept at all last night thinking.
I just can't take Reddit seriously. I know there's even creators that I like and respect that reference Reddit quite a bit, but I just won't do it.
Forward to today's proceeding. Her rapist in court before a judge, finally, only to be kicked in the gut by money-grubbing, clout-chasing YouTubers. I hope the judge brings all those worms to her courtroom and sanctions the F out of them, not only for Jared's case, but all the other cases canceled for the day as well. I wish...
You know what I like about Twitter is, like, your words are limited. You can only type so much. You know what I mean? Like... you don't get to stand on a soapbox and write a fucking essay like you're fucking, you know, like you're writing a State of the Union address that's going to change the world in your mind. Like, that's what I like about Twitter. It's just nice and easy. Like, you're not going to have to read too much.
I wish YouTube would do something about that clown
Like,
show
I'll
going
tell
on
you,
over there.
people do this on my channel all the time. Like, you know how much of a dick I am? I'm going to tell you guys right now. Because recently, have I been going through my comments and reading them and liking them, you know, and giving them the love and all that sort of thing. Only recently have I been doing that. But I'm telling you, if you write a fucking essay in my comment section, like, I'm deleting it. I'm not even reading it. I'm deleting it because I'm just like, how dare you be so fucking pretentious to think that anybody wants to read all that? Like, that anybody has the time or the inclination to listen to you fucking spout off. Like, if you have that much to say, start a YouTube channel. If you seriously have that much to say, start a YouTube channel and rant like I do. I mean, it's easy, dude. Like, it's so easy. I mean, what the fuck makes you think that I can't find something even remotely better to do than to sit there and read your incoherent thoughts in bulk? Like, I'll see it and I'll start to read it and then it'll say see more, and then I click on see more and then it's like and I'm just like nope, and then I delete it, just like out of general principle, because I'm just like, okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I have the power to waste your time the way that you just intended to waste mine. You didn't waste my time, but I just, by deleting and not reading your bullshit that you feel so fucking confident that everybody needs to fucking see and hear, I just wasted your time writing that bullshit. All your little fucking times that you went back and edited it and all that shit. So just, if you're listening and watching this and you're about to write a long ass fucking essay in my comment section, that's what's happening to it. Just so you know. Just to be fair, you know, because I could just be a dick and just keep quiet and keep that to myself to entertain myself. And just like, that's my fun little secret, is that every time somebody writes some long ass essay in my comment section, I just fucking don't read it and I delete it. And I think, haha, look how much time you wasted putting into that shit. Like, I just, yeah. Like, who the fuck are you to think that I need to fucking read your fucking life story, bro. You know what I mean? It's crazy to me. Like, I don't understand why y'all think that any fucking creator, you know, and some creators are nicer about it than I am, because a lot of times it's just like, you know, when I was 5, I did this and this, and then when I was 10, we moved here, and then this happened, and then I met this person, and then all the way up to their fucking 50s, and I'm just like, what the fuck, you know? I won't do it. I won't do that to myself. Like, I why the fuck do you think that I could literally think of 100 better things to do than to sit there and waste my time reading that? It's insane.
With true crime YouTubers. It's a shit show that has now managed to shut down an entire courtroom of proceedings involving who knows how many defendants and attorneys that had hearings scheduled for today. I thought that was pretty well said. And I don't know how anybody can argue with that. It has become a clown show.
Thanks to you. Like, you are one of the main players. You are like
the audience are to blame.
You're the head clown.
Tuning into these people.
What are you talking about?
Supporting them. You get angry with people like me. You go after and try to destroy people like me, but you support people like that. You give them your hard-earned money. You give them praise, just like you did with Adventures with Purpose. And you get angry with people who tell you the truth, who tell you truths you don't want to hear. And hence, here we are. It has descended into a clown show. And it's
dude.
And again, the irony of it being true crime YouTubers who behave.
She's like the head clown, bro. She's the clown in the little car in the front. Fucking with the horn. Like, she's like the pioneer clown of YouTube clown shows. And she's sitting here talking about, it's so sad how it's, no, you're just mad that you're not at the head spot anymore. Your channel that had who knows how many subscribers got taken away because you got to be so much of a fucking clown that people got sick of it and canceled your ass. That's why you're pissed off. And now you want to sit up here and go, oh my God, it's become such a clown show. No. I've been calling you out for being the head clown forever. Like, forever. Get the fuck out of here. No, I'm not still live, Mona Lisa. Like, I took a significantly long break. I'm live about something else. I mean, unless you're talking about this live, it's only an hour and a half. It's only been an hour and a half. She is the head clown, dude. Like, it started with the Watts case. She is like, I would give her 50% responsibility for turning the Watts case into a fucking circus. She is 50% accountable. And then the rest of them are scattered, are like, they make up for the other 50%. But she alone is 50% of that. 50 fucking percent. Guaranteed. She alone, between her YouTube channel that she got fucking taken from her and her fucking bullshit Facebook groups that she started. You know what she does with Facebook? This is what she does. You know how she gets subscribers? How she gets a large amount of subscribers? What she'll do is she won't even start a Facebook group because it's hit or miss. Just like any YouTube channel, starting a Facebook group is hit or miss. What she'll do, though, is like a fucking mafia boss. What she'll do is she'll go into a Facebook group on a case that everyone's talking about. It's the fucking goof of all time. It's amazing, actually. It's pretty fucking impressive that she thought of doing this. But what she does is she muscles in like a fucking mob boss, right? She'll find a Facebook group talking about a case that everyone's talking about. She'll find the one that has the most members in it, the most followers in that Facebook group, and then she'll muscle in. She'll muscle in and try to make herself a moderator for that Facebook group, and then want that, and then try to like get that Facebook group like to be given to her. She'll try to muscle the owner of the Facebook group to give her the Facebook group, and then she'll use that Facebook group to promote her YouTube channel so she could talk about the case. That's how fucking egotistical she is. It's incredible. I've seen her do it. It's fucking crazy. I've had people come on my panel and tell me that she does that she's done it to them. It's insane. Like a fucking mob boss. She'll just muscle in.
Who behave this badly. They go stand out on lawns, getting themselves arrested. They stream hearings, denying victims their right to the day in court, traumatizing victims, and yet claim they're victims advocates and sit and laugh and chuckle. And it's oh so funny. Now, I hate to torment everyone, but because I got up and had to let my dog in, I missed part of it. So I'm going to torment you guys again. Let's listen to it again, because I think people need to hear this.
I mean, what's funny is I'd rather listen to them than her.
Oh shit.
No.
I mean, it's by a nose.
No, we were.
It's by a nose, but I'd rather listen to Queen Bee and Voices for the Voiceless
Streaming the
than
court
Kay's
thing
voice.
for Jared. Jared Lisick, you know what I mean? He had court today, right?
Mm-hmm.
For his 2 counts of asylum, RAPE.
Yeah,
right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So he had court today, and there was a link to this to stream it. You know what I mean? Like there's a link, a live stream link to watch it, I guess. So we clicked the link. I streamed it, put it on here. Well, I didn't know that when I clicked it, like when it was on here already, that there was like 2 or 3 screens open. And so I had like 2 or 3 mics open or whatever, I guess. I don't fucking know. I really don't know how it happened. But the motherfucking courthouse heard me dropping F-bombs on their fucking mic. Like, girl, it was a hot mic moment. Duty Ron, mic came undone.
I am so sorry. Oh, I hate those moments. I hate
well, look, you could hear Doug. You could hear me. You could hear Duty Ron. Duty Ron was like, oh, go like the stream.
Queen Bee sounds like a fucking, like a child talking about an incident that happened in class in the lunchroom. Oh man, you should have been there. You should have been there. Like you can hear me. You can hear Steven, and you can hear Doug, and you can hear you can hear Becky, and we were just like throwing erasers at the teacher and shit, you know.
I was like, oh my God, this is terrible. So basically, Justice for All was on there. Like there was a bunch of them on there. Andra, like
I hate when I agree with Kay, dude, because that laugh, man. I hate when I agree with Kay.
We're all in there streaming it, watching it. You know what I'm saying? J is for Justice. All of us. We were all watching it. We were all guilty of it. We were all fucking.
Everybody's guilty. Everybody's guilty. Nobody's worse than another. We're all
anyhow, the judge got mad and was like, no, I'm shutting this the fuck down because this
like what did they do? Like, did they get together one night and be like, hey, I got an idea. Let's fucking swallow a bunch of glass. I'll do it if you do it. No, okay, yeah, no, I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it.
We're not going to live stream this. Not going to happen. So she basically said she's going to reschedule his court date and it will not be streamed. So there's that. So, and then listen,
oh my God.
So anyhow, the judge came on and she was like, okay, that's it. I've been informed that there's several YouTubers streaming my courtroom, and that is illegal in the state of Utah, and I'm not going to have that.
Dude,
Something
seriously.
else.
You know what would be fucking fun? Let's have another glass eating contest. Let's see who can swallow the most broken glass.
I don't even know what all she said, but basically that she was shutting it down and rescheduling his court date, and there will not be another. They won't be live streamed this time. So, no thanks was calling out duty, Ron. Are you fucking serious? We called him out on the court. See, I can't with this shit. Now, look, I didn't know that my mic
She's
was
right
open.
about the dog.
I had no idea that it was even on or anything like that. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said shit. You know what I'm saying? I actually was sitting here pretty fucking quiet. I was talking to my kid about a tumbling mat, so I'm glad they didn't hear that conversation, but I mean, it is what it is.
Damn, I'm so sorry.
I mean, I didn't say anything bad. I mean...
What are you talking about? You were cussing like
sorry.
a fucking sailor.
Sorry, Lori. Sorry. I know. I know. It's so cringe and so
Cussing like a sailor. What do you mean
bad.
You didn't say anything wrong?
And I know these people. I know that one of them sort of semi had me fooled. Well, both of them sort of semi. I know. I not had me fooled, but I gave them the benefit of the doubt. And they proved to me who they are. The one who did the streaming, I'm not even going to go there. The other one laughing like the dog. Who is the dog? Who's that dog from the cartoon that laughs like that? Was that from Inspector Gadget or Get Smart? Was that from Get Smart?
Get Smart wasn't a cartoon.
The second one laughing like that thought it was so funny. She claims to be a victim's advocate, but she thinks it's so funny that her friend that she's sitting there yucking it up with, Muttley. Thank you, Muttley. Yeah, Muttley, the second one. She claims to be a victim's advocate, and she's sitting there yucking it up with her good friend about how funny it is that a victim was denied her day that she's waited 30 years for in court. This particular person showed up when I did a meet and greet and like love bombed me, tried to insert herself into my family. And then I was polite every step of the way. Upon her returning to her home state, me returning to my home state, flipped the script and went around to any YouTube channel she could go to and just told the most disgusting, despicable lies about me. And she got to like meet my kids and see like how awesome and sweet my boys.
Oh my God. Chaotic artist Anita Spiro, please apologize to your grandson for me. I'm sorry about that.
And still went on. She got spent time with Kendall, had Kendall fooled, and then still went on to go make the rounds, telling the most.
It's actually a good question. That's actually a good question. Why didn't the judge continue hearing without the WebEx link? It's because the WebEx link was there simply because Jared had petitioned, his attorney had petitioned that he doesn't have to actually be there and he could attend through WebEx. That's why. Like, first of all, the way that this guy's being treated, he's being pampered totally. People, I hate to say it, man, but white privilege is a fucking hell of a thing, dude. I mean, he's facing 2 child rape charges and he doesn't even have to show up to court, and he's not even in custody yet. Like, they're charging him, they've indicted him, but they haven't arrested him. He's not in jail. Like, it's that Dave Chappelle skit, like, come to life. You know, like fucking show up at his door, slap cuffs on him, and take him to jail, and then decide whether or not he gets bail. That's the way it should be, in my opinion. But yeah, I agree with you. It falls squarely on the judge. Right. He has money, and that's, yeah.
Bizarre lies. Just lies that, who does that? Who lies about people with just lies they pull out their ass that have no basis at all in any truth? Just the most despicable, blatant lies. Hurtful, mean, horrible. It's abusive. So it's no surprise to me that she thinks it's hilarious.
See, now, honestly, I really don't give a fuck about what went down between her and Queen Bee. I really don't care. But knowing Kay, I'm going to assume that we're getting half the story. Like, if you know Kay, you have to assume you're getting half the story here. I don't doubt that there's a lot of truth to what she's saying. But because Queen Bee just fangirled the fuck out of Kay. It was really weird. And then it's like it's just strange to me. Because I know Kay, and I know that she's just doing what she does. And she is just basically an online bully. If you see the way, like I said, man, go and reference that link that I dropped at the beginning of the chat. It's actually, yeah, you know what? I'm going to pin it. Calamity Jade, thank you. Judge Jenny would have never agreed. I agree. She would have never done that.
That her friend interfered with and tainted a court hearing over a very serious subject matter, where a victim who is alleging she was the victim of child SA at the age of 8 or 9 has waited 30 years for this moment to face her abuser and see him held accountable. That was denied to her today.
All right. So the link that I just posted in chat and I pinned it. Yeah, make sure that before I end this tonight, which I'm not going to end it yet. We still got a ways to go, but make sure to like click on it so it's at least in your history, and watch it if you got time, because it's a long stream. But make sure to watch it because it's it's quite telling of her character. There's lots and lots of receipts, Prue. Lots and lots of receipts. So just to give you an insight of her character.
Her today. And she has no clue when it's going to be redone. And she's devastated. That's cruel. This is what cruel people do.
Wow.
This is what bad, rotten, toxic, horrible people do.
I love,
and zero shame.
That's precious. Those words coming out of her mouth are priceless.
Yes, Granny's watching. Made a complete mockery. They don't consider. Of course they don't. Of course they don't. They don't consider. They don't. And so, yep, Jay Hughes, exactly. And I'm curious, is there anybody that has words of defense for them? Anybody?
Right now, she's looking for a fight. She's looking to find somebody in chat that she can drag and make fun of and trash and get the whole chat to turn on. That's classic.
Who
K
watched
as well.
it in real time today? Who is willing to admit that they took? I didn't even realize people were going to be doing this. Like maybe I'm the dumb one because it didn't even occur to me that people would live stream it. I wouldn't even have gone there. I mean, sure, yeah, I could have. I have the ability to. I could have signed up to watch the hearing, and Lord knows I probably should have at least watched it because it's a topic that I'm covering, but I figured, oh, I'll get filled in. You know, the deets will come out and I'll get filled in.
Oh, great,
you know?
great research there. That's top notch.
It didn't even occur to me that people would do that.
Since you're a writer, I'm a writer.
I mean, again, what would their excuse be? Juliana Lopez, today.
I love how I can cover her face. See, like, look.
There was a
there's
hearing,
me.
an initial hearing.
You get to look at me
for
instead.
Jared Lysick of Adventures with Purpose to be arraigned on the 2 indictments of child RAPE that he's facing for sexually abusing his sister when she was 8 and 9 years old. And today was the day for that initial hearing, that where he would be arraigned. And it would be, he's been indicted, but until that first hearing, that makes it all official. That begins the process to follow. The hearing today was that initial hearing. And you had people that decided to live stream it for their own benefit.
Yeah, see.
One of them being a
Real Lady Justice is also an attorney, I believe, and she's basically validating what I've been saying. She just got here, but she's basically validating what I've been saying. This is on the judge. She should never have made that public for everybody. You know, that was totally irresponsible. If she had done any research on this man at all, maybe it's unethical for her to do that. But I don't know. I mean, to know what kind of case, if it's a high profile case or not, you should know. She should be privy to what could happen by making that link public for everyone.
Former law enforcement officer who has a very big channel. He has a very big following. I mean, 150,000 people. Now, I don't know like how many views he gets on his stuff because I don't know the guy and I don't watch it. But if you have 150,000 people, you're an influencer.
Okay,
you're a leader.
So you don't watch him. You don't know the guy. You don't watch him, but you got him totally snowed, right? You could sit here and trash the guy and trash his character, completely minimize the service that he's provided the city that he lives in. With his entire life, by the way. But you don't know the guy and you don't watch him, but you can totally just give all these unfounded opinions. I mean, because that's exactly what you're doing right now. I mean, you're basically confirming that your opinions on him are completely unfounded. You don't know shit about the guy. And here you are trashing them. This is also classic K right here.
Taking on a leadership role. You're taking on a leadership position. You are putting yourself out there as a leader. So to conduct yourself in this way and make a sham and a mockery of a very important hearing regarding a very important subject and case material and causing such trauma, re-traumatizing. One bless Mama Mo. When are you guys going to learn? How much is it what is it going to take to get through to some of you people? I mean, y'all didn't listen to me about Adventures with Purpose, and now here we are.
How about some integrity? It takes a while, but you build. It, if you're consistent with integrity on your channel, like some of us are, it builds your channel. It doesn't build them fast like the way that you did with your other channel by just being controversial for the sake of being controversial, no matter who you victimized in the process. That'll get you followings quick, but you'll also burn out as you did. you burned out. But what it takes to get people to understand is just consistency. People with integrity look for consistency in integrity, which you've never done.
Yeah. So anyway, Juliana Lopez, so they got busted streaming it. These bunch of these YouTubers were streaming it. They agreed not to when they joined into the session, the virtual court. They agreed not to stream it and then went on to stream it anyway. One of them being a former law enforcement officer who has 150,000 followers and multiple other big YouTubers who get lots of eyeballs and eardrums on them. But one Bless Mama Mo, like, I get that you didn't freaking know, but how many times do these people have to
Thank
prove
you, Real Justice Lady,
that they're bad people?
I gotta be honest, man. Like, I'm even shocked that there's 400 people watching this right now because like people just can't stand her fucking voice. Like, she's up here making fun of other people's voices, and like, she doesn't have any clue that her voice is unbelievably irritating.
Before you get it. Like, how many times did these creators have to prove to you that they're unethical? They don't think the rules apply to them. They're dastardly. How many times did they have to do that before you get a clue and stop supporting them? You support them when you watch. You said, well, I was watching these people, blah, blah, blah. You're supporting them by watching them. You're feeding the beasts. They violated your trust. If you didn't know that it wasn't supposed to be live streamed.
I can answer that, Callie Dime. No, there was actually an agreement that you had to check that you agree that it's not to be, that hearing was not to be live streamed or recorded. So yeah, anybody who is going to live stream that was definitely in violation of that. Anybody who was actually streaming at the time was in violation of that, including JS for Justice. She's trying to say that she had permission. She didn't have permission. Nobody had permission. She's not exempt from that just because she had a media. She's allowed to talk about it. She's allowed to watch it and talk about it, but she wasn't allowed, just like anybody else is. But she's not allowed. And by the way, Jays for Justice is being sued too for stealing content, just so you know. So, I mean, yeah, this is absolute bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, just because she has some sort of fucking media credential, that doesn't mean that she was allowed to stream it. And if she was allowed to stream it, well, why didn't she keep it up? Everybody on YouTube's talking about it. Why didn't she keep it up? Because we know Jays for Justice is all about them greenbacks. So, then she puts up some stupid fucking community post trying to justify her shit, and it's sorry, that dog don't hunt.
Now you should know that they've all lied to you, because I know one of those three told her audience that she had special permission from the judge. One of those three that you named there claimed they had special permission. So now Bless Mama Mo that
she's talking about Jays for Justice right now.
These creators played you for a fool. Will you now stop supporting them? Or will you just blow this off and say no?
See, she's just calling to like get people to stop supporting JS for Justice. She hates JS for Justice. I don't think I've ever seen YouTubers hate each other more than her or JS for Justice. Than her and JS for Justice. I've never seen two more childish hate hate relationship that they have. Like, they were best friends. They started off on YouTube together, and one claims one thing, the other claims another. You got Kay's story, you got Jay's story, and then you got the truth. And who knows what the fucking truth is. But God, when I was friends with Kay, and I wouldn't even call us friends. Kay is 150% self-serving. Kay doesn't have any friends. She has people that she gets close to so that she can be abusive towards them. That's what she does. She's just one of those people. And she would just text me all of this personal shit about Jay that I just did not give a fuck about. Like, just bomb me with this shit about Jay's personal life, and I just didn't fucking care. And she didn't care that I didn't fucking care. I am never going to like if I get the vibe from somebody that they're not interested in something, I'm just going to leave it alone. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not here to listen to your shit about this person. Like, I know who you are, and I know what kind of person you are, and it's just fucking gross. And you're just disrespecting yourself by sitting here thinking that I give a fuck about who Jay fucked and, who she's living with and how long she was in a relationship with. I don't give a fuck about any of that shit, dude. I care about the YouTube community as it pertains to YouTube, period. What goes on behind the scenes, what you do with your personal life, I don't give a fuck unless you're like victimizing people, like for real. I just like, I don't give a fuck. and to think that I would give a fuck, it's insulting.
Say no big deal and keep supporting them. I'm just curious. Answer honestly. Natalie, she said, Duty Ron, she said, Duty Ron, she was herself watching. Hang on, I'm scrolling back. Spitfire, the Dragon TV Love and Positive Light, he is to blame for his own role. I don't know how they can all blame him instead of blame themselves, but he's to blame for his own role. Bless Mama Mo said she was watching Duty Ron, Jay, and Doug. I don't know who Doug is. No clue who that is. I don't think it's Doug Bishop, but
it's not.
She was
Doug
watching
Bishop. Yeah.
Jay is for Justice and Duty Ron. And Jay is for Justice lied to her audience and told her audience she had special permission from the judge. So now you've been lied to and you've been played a fool. Oh, well, you're pissed, but will it cause you to stop supporting them? What more will it take?
I want a commitment from you guys. Like, this is like YouTube Karening at its best. Like, she's just Karening the fuck out of her chat right now. Like, it's not good enough. It's not good enough. Are you going to continue to support them? Are you going to keep them? Are you going to keep subscribed to them? Because it's not good enough. It's not good enough. Are you going to continue?
People tell you who they are. People reveal who they are by their actions, by their deeds.
Yeah, okay, they do.
So what will it take before you stop supporting bad people?
What will it take?
Bad people deliberately,
you should ask your chat
selfishly, maliciously hurt other people. I don't care if it's callous. I don't care if it's careless. Duty Ron, Jay is for Justice, Queen Bee, Voices for Voiceless, and Doug, and whoever else was streaming it. I'm sure there was many more. They purposely, maliciously harmed this victim today.
You are right up in that
There's no other way to put it. There's no other way to say it, no other way to explain it, no other. So why would you continue to support someone who does that? I mean, far be it for me to tell you who to watch and listen to, but as Gandhi said, I will not let anyone walk through my mind with dirty feet. Why would you allow people with dirty feet to walk through your mind? Why would you allow people with dirty feet?
You mean like you're doing with them right now? That's what Gandhi meant by that. I mean, I'm guilty of it. You know what I mean? I'm not up here preaching Gandhi, but I know what Gandhi fucking meant by that. Like, apply that shit, Kay. If you're going to preach that shit, apply it. Because you're the one up here whining and complaining. I'm sorry, whining and complaining about these YouTube creators. Not the rest of that chat. You're the one up here whining and complaining about these other YouTubers. You're the one claiming that they have dirty feet, and guess what? They are stomping all through your fucking mind because you're doing a whole fucking live stream on it. So this is the delusion that I'm talking about, people. This is the lack of self-awareness, the ego that just possesses this woman. It's incredible.
To walk through your brain, to take any. Why would you allow any influx of any information or anything from people with dirty feet, from bad people? Bad people should not be listened to. Bad people should be X'd out. Ixnay on the Xnay. Not supported by watching, you're supporting.
And any great general in history will also tell you to know your enemy. So here she is preaching Gandhi, quoting Gandhi, and totally misrepresenting what he meant by his quote. But any great general will tell you to know your enemy. And here she is saying, well, I don't fucking know this person. I don't know him. I don't listen to him, but I could tell you that he's a bad person. Really? Really? Interesting, Kay. Great philosophy there. Because I write philosophical stuff.
These people played you for a fool. And what y'all did, and the irony of it is, one bless Mama Mo, is this is the exact same thing that is why Jared's in this courtroom. Part of the reason why. Because he played millions of people for a fool. And his sister, his alleged victim, said, oh, no way, man.
Mad Catter, no offense, but in America, we spell offense correctly. Just saying.
The world needs to know who you really are.
Well,
because you're a bad person.
Some of us do. You're actually,
and she had the courage to take him to task.
To
open
that jab is going to backfire.
Gorillion eyeballs.
Because all you got to do is go through fucking Bullhorn Betty's comment section and just look at the spelling. That's all you got to do.
That we're in denial, that we're under mass delusion. You guys, some of you form cults of personality around these people. I was talking to somebody about this today. I was trying to explain this to them. The desire to pick
everything with her is a fucking lecture too. Everything's a fucking lecture with her, dude. Like
primordial. Literally. Human beings have been doing it since they came out of the trees and walked upright and began forming societies and communities. They immediately this is why we have monarchies. Okay. This is why monarchies developed.
God,
because
again with the
people
monarchies.
wanted a king.
She always goes with the monarchy thing because she thinks of herself as a fucking queen. This asshole used to stream with a fucking tiara on, people. Like, that's not an exaggeration. That's not a joke. She literally used to fucking stream with a tiara on and a green screen behind her that made it look like she was sitting on a throne. That's true.
They wanted a queen. They wanted a leader. This is how totalitarianism has come about. This is how despots have formed, because it is a primordial psychological need for human beings to have a leader.
That's fucking right, Cherry. You better believe I'm a motherfucking queen, girl.
To have a cult of personality, someone they put all of their trust into, someone that they surrender their brains to, someone they surrender their autonomy to. They need it badly, and they will form mass delusions over leaders and will be blinded to. I mean, you can watch the Nexium, the Nixvim, however you want to pronounce it. Okay. Keith Raniere, who is sitting in a prison cell right now. He is a prime example of that.
Yeah.
David Miscavige.
And she probably writes him letters too, by the way. She likes those prison relationships.
Savage of Scientology is a primal, perfect example of that. Evil, bad people cloak themselves in goodness. You cannot just assume they're good people.
I love that she's absolutely describing herself right now. It's really, really hilarious.
You have to be willing. Evil, bad, perfect example of that.
Let's hear that one more time.
Evil, bad people cloak themselves in goodness. You cannot just assume they're good people. You have to be willing to look at their works,
which is what
at their deeds,
all of her supporters do,
and look past the robe,
and always
look
have.
Past the cloak, look past the exterior that they want you to see. This is how they fool you. This is how bad people get elected. This is how bad leaders come into power and destroy countries like Venezuela over and over and over again, because people are easily deluded. They're easily tricked, bamboozled, deceived, lied to, fooled into doing things that are against their best interest.
I certainly hope not. Jennifer McIntyre. I certainly hope that doesn't happen. Because yeah, like I'm looking forward to that verdict. I am looking forward to that verdict, people.
It's primal. It's some sort of psychological hiccup and pitfall that evil people exploit, and stupid, easily duped fools perpetuate. They cause it to perpetuate. And it's a choice. It's a choice to be that blind. It's a choice to be that delusional. At some point, you have to wake up and say, you know what? I'm done. I'm sick of being lied to. I'm sick of being played for a fool. I'm sick of these people pretending to be good and they're really bad and hurting people with my help because I'm helping them. I'm sick of being deluded. I'm sick of being hypnotized by bad people who want to play me for a fool. And today it ends. I'm going to start wising up and being a touch.
Like, how does she not know that she's absolutely describing herself right now?
Touch more critical, a touch more cynical. Stop letting these people fool you. These people today who did this, they've shown you who they are. And I'm sorry, please don't tell me that Duty Ron wasn't going to stream it. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. You can look at this screen cap. He's got it on his screen.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. I mean, it wasn't until afterwards. I mean, I don't really know. I really don't know. But yeah, he's got it on his screen there. But I don't know exactly what he was planning on doing exactly. But my whole thing is I just simply don't believe that I think that he just clicked on the agreement without actually reading what it actually said. I'm guilty of doing that. I don't think he fully understood that his voice would be heard in the courtroom. I just don't believe that he intentionally did that.
And I'm sorry. I'm just really sad for this I really definitely am sad for this victim. I am.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not. Nobody believes you. Nobody believes you, because anybody who's listening to you that remembers how you handled the Sophie case knows that you were abusive to a 10-year-old girl who, when she was 9, screamed for help. And you called it a show. You called it an act. You called her a brat. You called her a liar. You mocked her. You made fun of her. You did streams mocking and making fun of her. A child, by the way. When evidence dictated that there was more of a reason to believe her than not believe her. I'm not saying there was actual proof, like solid proof, that Sophie's claims were true. But there was enough to where it was like, okay, we need to believe this child to a degree to where we need to demand that there is a thorough investigation that takes place. And that thorough investigation never took place. And there's evidence that there was everything done to avoid the investigation from taking place. And it can't be a coincidence to me that that would happen, because it was Twilight Zone shit. It's crazy. It's crazy Twilight Zone shit. But there was evidence, I mean, that showed that everything was being done to avoid an investigation. And I like I was saying, there can't be a coincidence. I refuse to think that it's a coincidence that the accused, being her mother's boyfriend, has ties with the local police department where they live. His stepfather was a police officer where they live. And you destroyed this kid.
I'm sad for her. I feel bad for her.
No, you don't.
If it were me, if it were you, if it were any of you, you'd be upset tonight. You'd be sick. You'd be sick over it tonight.
See, that's not coming from a place of empathy for this victim. This is coming from a place of hatred for creators that she's jealous of and despises for no good reason. For no good reason.
And these people are the same actors who, and I hope that some of you now go, oh, what did I miss? What did I miss that they did in the past?
Yeah. Why don't you tell us what they did in the past that they missed? Okay, since you don't watch them or know anything about them, right? You claimed that earlier.
I miss. What else have I been blinded to? You shouldn't want to be deluded and believing lies. You should chase truth like a dog with a bone. You should not just assume people are going to give you truth. I always say, don't take my word for anything.
Yet, during the Sophie case, she didn't show evidence of anything. She didn't show evidence of anything other than personal stupid text messages between Michael Long and Kelly Long, or emails where she was trying to spin that into him being abusive. And these things were definitely, you know, looking back on that shit, you know, it's stuff that I didn't want to know about, but it wasn't anything that was really incriminating to his character. This is a guy, Michael Long is a guy that I'm not really quick to defend as far as who he is, but he wasn't in any way, shape, or form the abusive guy that she was trying to paint him out to be. She was just twisting a bunch of his words and making him out to be a lot worse than he was. And claiming that he had no touch with reality and blah, blah, blah. This guy was fighting as hard as he could for his child. Does he think differently than most people? And was he unethical in some of his actions in being a public figure that he made himself to be? Yeah. Yeah. I'm not going to not call him out on that. But none of that stuff indicated that he didn't care about his daughter. He was just irresponsible in certain things that makes it easy for vultures like her to twist around, and he should have been a lot more careful, in my opinion, with his actions. But does he belong in prison right now? Does he belong in jail? He's not in prison, but he's in jail. And he's been denied his right to a jury trial. And he's in this, he's just being locked in jail. Like his rights were just totally stripped from him because it's Texas, and I guess they can do that. I don't know why, but they can. But this guy ended up spending some, I don't know how many months in a Mexican jail because conveniently they confused him for a drug trafficker, and then they finally transferred him to serve his entire sentence without a jury trial that he petitioned to get, that he filed many motions to get. But the judge can just throw him in jail for an extended period of time without a jury trial. And now he's sitting there in jail because everything dictates that he was just trying to protect his daughter from a system and from a very bad man who was even charged with child abuse. Cherry, yeah, I mean, that's a fair argument. I didn't support his actions in doing that. I understand why he did it, and I can't say that I wouldn't have done the same necessarily. I don't know if I would have. I don't think I would have. I publicly said that I didn't support him doing that. I told him directly on this channel while he was on my panel that I did not support him doing that before he ended up doing it. And the reason for that was not because I didn't think that it wasn't because I didn't think that he wasn't trying to protect his child. I absolutely believe that he was trying to protect his child. But the problem with that was if he were to go to Mexico, he would become a fugitive, most likely. And that would put Sophie in a very, very dangerous position to where that could put her in physical danger because guns could be drawn. She could be caught in the crossfire, certain things like that. And I wouldn't even say crossfire because I don't even think Michael was armed. No, Cherry, I disagree with you on that 100%. He didn't put himself in that mess. That's a harsh thing to say. It's a very harsh thing to say. Because by saying something like that, then you're also saying that that the courts all did their jobs properly and the police did their jobs all properly. That's what that implies. I think he was backed into a corner, and if he was believing his daughter and believing what she was going through, thank you, KC Girl, for becoming a member. Well, yeah, they're running to Mexico, sure, but I mean, yeah, I mean, if his daughter is absolutely adamant in her claims, and there's the choice of running to Mexico or putting her in an environment that's going to get her assaulted repeatedly and trafficked as she claimed, well, I don't know. I don't know what I would have done. I've never been in that position. I'm grateful that I've never been in that position. So I'm not going to judge the man for it. I didn't agree with it. But I'm not going to sit here and say that he belongs in jail, and that he deserves to be there, because at the end of the day, he was protecting his daughter. So I don't know. But I'm not going to judge the man.
Kate, Big Little Boy says, are you trying to minimize the impact on this victim? Are you trying to minimize the impact it had on her today just because this was a short bit of housekeeping? I believe she will ultimately get due process, but today ruined it for everyone else. I am sad because she's sad, and I'm empathetic. You should be sad that she's sad. It doesn't matter that you think this was
Kay
just
just
a
said
day
she
of
was
housekeeping.
empathetic.
In her mind, philosophically, this had very different meaning. Way to show empathy. Oh, in a safe man. Okay. Well, I'll be sure to tell her that.
I love her trying to tell
I'll
people
be sure to tell her that Kate,
which is
for Big
fucking
Little
hilarious.
Voices, told me that this was just a little bit of housekeeping, and she should just, who cares that all of these people violated this hearing that meant so much to you on a personal level. It could have been worse. Okay, so because it could have been worse, we can't discuss how bad it was. Again, I kind of feel like you're minimizing.
She's so stupid.
Well, it kind of seems like it.
Yeah, and the other thing about Kay is she's a bully in the truest sense of the word, because I am of the opinion that a bully is synonymous with being a coward. And what she'll do is she'll be like, yeah, come on, peasants, challenge me, right? And so when people challenge her, you know, what she'll end up doing is she'll end up trashing that person when they say something in her chat that she doesn't agree with, and then she'll tear them apart, and then she'll have their mods boot them, right? But when somebody like me shows up and says, hey, especially even when she like opens up her panel, because like I'm blocked, but if she opens her panel, I'll click on that shit because I actually want to have a discussion with her, and she knows I'm going to corner her with questions that she is going to feel cornered with because she knows that I'm going to call her out on her contradictions, and she won't let me on panel. Kay is a coward. All bullies are cowards.
Thank you, Kath, for promoting the new monologue. It's 11:30. It's been like a couple of late nights for me, so I think I'm gonna go like finish my wine and do a little bit of gaming to like get out my feelings, and so my monologue, Catherine's got the link up there. Monologue is over. It's only at the $1 level. I could really use the support. It's the 30th of the month, and that will really help me out tomorrow.
Wait. So she's charging people for her fucking ramblings and her plagiarism. That's fucking amazing.
So if you enjoy my writing, you enjoy my message, you enjoy my voice, head on over to my Patreon, sign up, get that monologue. I'm weaving and working more monologues with it. I'm painting a portrait, and I'm like getting it all out there, like how I see the world.
No.
And in a very
she said wine. She said wine.
Creative and philosophical way. And I'm going to head on over. I'm going to listen to it too as I game. So I urge all of you, go over and listen to that. I'm really kind of setting the stage. Well, I actually kind of set the stage in last week's monologue, but I'm furthering the establishment of the stage in Hell is for Children, in kind of honing in on the damage we do to children with the fake concept of hell, and how much more we could be doing for humanity by giving children the truth that hell is here on earth, and hell comes about because of bad people.
Okay, so she wrote a monologue with that bullshit being the topic. And people pay for it. That should tell you the type of audience that she attracts right there. That should be all you need to know, folks. just let that soak in for a second. Let's hear that one more time.
Faking in the sun. Over and listen to that. I'm really kind of setting the stage. Well, I actually kind of set the stage in last week's monologue, but I'm furthering the establishment of the stage in Hell is for Children, in kind of honing in on the
hell is for children. Like listen to that right there. Just totally fucking reiterates my point. Like she is trying to piss people off. That's what she's doing. That's her MO, is to piss people off. So she titles this thing Hell is for Children, and it's about this.
The damage we do to children with the fake concept of hell, and how much more we could be doing for humanity by giving children the truth that hell is here on earth, and hell comes about because of bad people.
She's such a jackass.
Selfish people. Devious people. People who lack empathy, who choose to lack empathy. And I sort of weave and work it all together in a really philosophical, creative way. It's only about 18 minutes long, so it's not a big commitment. And it's setting the stage for the next monologue next week. Okay? So, all right, guys, take care. Thank you so much. Have a great night. And I hope to see you over on the Patreon. And if you want to reach out to me.
All right, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Hold on. What the hell? There we go. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, sweet, folks. Sweet. Give me just 1 second, y'all. Okay, hold on. Before I get into this video, I'm going to read you guys. I'm going to read you guys an article real quick. Okay, and this is by NBC News. It was released today. All right. And it says, this is by NBC News, okay? As the University of Idaho hosts a vigil Wednesday evening in remembrance of 4 students who were fatally stabbed in an off-campus home, the lack of suspect or clear motive more than 2 weeks later has fueled frustration toward police and given rise to amateur detectives determined to crack the case. The hundreds of tips and calls provided to local, state, and federal investigators as a result of cyber sleuthing can help both to pinpoint plausible leads and to rule out potential suspects. But former FBI agents and law enforcement experts say they more often than not are a hindrance to an investigation, divert resources and attention, and can even be harmful by ensnaring innocent people. With all types of training and all the resources to help solve just about any type of crime have at their fingertips, it's kind of hard to believe that anyone just banging around the internet is going to be able to solve the crime that we couldn't. Pete Yakmetz, a retired FBI special agent in Florida with 3 decades at the agency, said. He says, "I don't fathom it." But the case of Gabby Petito, a 22-year-old New York native who went missing last year as she documented her cross-country travels on social media with her fiancé, has become a blueprint of sorts for people fascinated by missing persons and unsolved crimes. Intrigue surrounding Petito's disappearance exploded on social media, with a dedicated hashtag racking up more than 1 billion views on TikTok posts as users theorized what happened to her. Petito's body was ultimately discovered in a Wyoming forest. A manhunt ensued for her fiancé, Brian Laundrie, whose skeletal remains were found a month later in Florida. Now the homicide in Moscow, Idaho, I said it right, for the 4 University of Idaho students, friends Madison Mogan, 21, Kaylee Gonka. I can't make fun of Betty for that because I still don't know how to pronounce her name. I've never heard it said out loud. 21, and Xana Kernodle, 20, and Kernodle's boyfriend Ethan Chapin, 20, has become a fresh mystery for internet sleuths to speculate over. The 3 female students lived in the home together with 2 other roommates, one of whose cell phone was used to call 911 just before noon on November 13th. Authorities at the scene said they found the 4 victims stabbed multiple times, seemingly with an edged weapon, like a large knife. No weapon has been found. On one private Facebook group about the homicides now has more than 32,700 members, in which users are dissecting past social media posts the friends made before their deaths, piece together their interactions with others on their Instagram, Facebook, and Venmo accounts, and even named people who they believe could be suspects or say police should interview. A forum on Reddit has more than 27,000 members, with users posing theories and analyzing statements released by law enforcement and family members of the victims. And on TikTok post with the hashtag Idaho murders have more than 94.2 million views, with users questioning if a serial killer is behind the deaths or if the homicides are linked to other similar cases of unsolved stabbings in the region. So far, the investigators have said the deaths were part of a targeted attack and not connected to other slayings. The conjecture based on what people have found through internet searches and social media has apparently vexed police in Moscow, who said Sunday they received nearly 500 digital media tips to an FBI page dedicated to the case. There is speculation without factual backing, stoking community fears and spreading false facts, the department said in a news release this week. The city's website about the case also includes a rumor control section seeking to tamp down unvetted information. The Idaho State Police, which is handling inquiries about the case, did not return multiple requests for comment. Adam Scott Want, an assistant professor and vice chair for technology at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, said it's no coincidence that the homicide case of 4 Idaho college students is gaining traction on platforms like YouTube and TikTok, which he attributes to advanced algorithms that are feeding these types of posts to users. Gabby Petito went viral because there's no doubt that TikTok was pushing that hashtag, he said. But for every case like Petito's in which internet sleuthing can be advantageous, a YouTube video helped to establish a possible crime scene and police to focus their search efforts. There are far more in which armchair investigators are only adding to the noise, Wance said. So I want to reiterate that. He's saying, yeah, you can, sometimes the internet sleuthing has helped, but there are far more cases in which armchair investigators are only adding to the noise. In addition, crowdsourced investigations can ruin lives, he added, as with what happened when users on Reddit, Twitter, and other social media platforms incorrectly identified the suspects in the 2013 Boston Marathon bombing based on photos and videos. Wentz said, it's extremely dangerous. There's a wild, wild west aspect to all of this. Jeremy Reagan, a University of Idaho law student who lives near the crime scene in Moscow, is all too familiar with being wrongly named. An interview he gave to the media in which internet users said he looked suspicious went viral and led some to believe he was involved in the students' deaths. The fact that I had a nervous smile on my face, people clung to that. Oh, he's smiling. He's proud of what he did, Reagan said. But I wasn't asking to be interviewed by a reporter. She literally stopped me while I was taking out the garbage, and I had nothing to hide, so I spoke with her. Police came to interview him this week. He said, but he made clear that he's actually the victim of online harassment and unfounded rumors in which people went through his old social media post to try to prove a connection. He recently began answering questions on Reddit in order to dispel the accusations. After I posted my side of things, a lot of people have been reaching out and saying, hey, I didn't think it was you, or hey, I did think it was you, and after reading through your post, I realized it's not. He added that he understands people's curiosity and wanting to be the ones who unlocks a mystery, but it shouldn't come at a cost. I'm going to read that one more time. He added that he understands people's curiosity and wanting to be the one who unlocks a mystery, but it shouldn't come at a cost, people. He said sometimes it can help, but I think a lot of the time what people end up finding or reporting to police just jams up the investigation. It's a waste of time and resources. And that's the end of that article. And so now I gotta say that I'm really, really grateful that I'm really grateful that a mainstream media source, especially a national mainstream media source, wrote that article and released that article, because that's the kind of attention that the true crime community needs. Like, people need to wake up. This is the problem. You know, just this just mindless, this mindless need for clout, and strange, just, ego feeding of, I got to be the one to crack the case, and you're not trained to crack the case. All you're doing is adding more noise. And of course, we have our old friend here who titled this Kaylee Madison Xana. She spelled Xana wrong, by the way. Ethan and New Theories.
Good evening, all. I don't know if I'm having technical issues or not. I'm trying to airdrop something to myself, and I don't know if it's causing lag in the system. Quite frankly, it probably is. I'm on cheap internet from a hotel. Kaylee's dad really, I was up on that stage for quite a little bit. There's no point in rushing out of those places like that. I've learned a long time ago that the parking lot's jammed up. We got to sit there and meet some people and just chat with some other news media organizations. So it was really sad, but I think it was crazy because when we were out there, like they have, like there's, if you go watching live, we were way in the back, and everything was up forward. They had the stage further, the media stage further back than they needed to, but I think they were anticipating, a lot of people. There was a lot of people there. Don't get me wrong. There were a lot of people there. But I don't think that I think they were anticipating more or wanted to make sure.
And I gotta say that
went out probably
that vigil, I refused to watch her coverage of the vigil. I did click on her when it was over just to listen to her bullshit. But I did watch the vigil. I watched it from a stream from the local news station, one of the local news stations there. And it was a very, very beautiful service, very respectful. It was beautiful. Thank goodness that she didn't show up there and cause a scene and act a fool. I mean, she kind of still acted a fool afterwards on her stream. And it was really gross because this little banner that she's got here, this
probably,
little,
I don't know, 10 yards.
See this
closer,
ticker tape going on
again,
at the bottom
if it was 10
here.
yards closer, then we'd have people wrapped around.
And
so
she had that during the vigil.
It was really nice. The video,
and she's, if I were to stream a vigil, if I had the blessing to stream a vigil and I was there to be respectful, I would not I would not have my super chats on. I would not be shilling that would simply be just about the victims, period. I understand if you're actually giving insight on the case and you're, you know, sharing facts, but so far, I mean, the stuff that I went over earlier today, you know, her videos that she put out, she was talking about stuff that was already debunked. She's not up to speed on this case at all. It's pathetic. It's sad. Let's see. Chaotic artist Anita Spiro. Do you know if she plans to walk it at night still? Because the people there are sick of it. It's causing extra 911 calls. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Daisy, thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate that.
The video just uploaded, so let me know if my video improves, my quality improves. If it doesn't, figure it out. But it was just sad. But when you looked, like when Kaylee's dad was up there, you know, he really not any, and I loved all this, the parents saying, my heart broke for each of them. I couldn't believe, I mean, they were so courageous for there after such a horrible event that happened in their life. And all these people
dude,
are looking at
that's
literally one of the worst things in this world.
That's dear sweet baby Jesus right there, keeping your bullshit at bay is what that shit is.
Happened to them did, and they're up there. But Kaylee's dad really, it struck a nerve. I don't know what it was with her father, but when I looked to the right of me and looked to the left of me, you know, these are the people, cameramen and news crews and everything else. And I'm telling you, we were all just like, it was hard. We were holding a lot of tears back, but it wasn't just me. You know, I almost felt like I wasn't, you know, I wasn't strong enough, or, you know,
oh
you
my
kind
God, you are so full of shit.
of worry about that stuff. And then you look over,
Like this
and
is
you
all this is all fishing for money.
You know, people that have been in the news for years tearing up. I mean, then you realize that, you know, it's not just you.
Yeah, because they actually care.
You know, but it was just it was heartbreaking. I remember I remember at one point I just grabbed at my chest there, because it was when I found out, or we all kind of found out at the same time, that Kaylee and Maddie apparently, when they stayed the night together. They were in the same bed. And I'm like, you know, I kept wondering that, because I remember when I was talking to my mom about this. I can't remember. Maybe it was Olivia. Olivia, did I talk to you about? Did you go get water and get me one? My roommate sucks, right?
I'm gonna go get you one.
My roommate really sucks.
Get your own fucking water.
No, I'm just joking. She wears my robe and doesn't even buy me a water. I'm just teasing them. But there was something about Kaylee's father, and that was them being in the bed, and that they died together. And it took my breath away. I did not know that. That was a piece of information that I don't think any of us knew.
Now,
you know,
I have to, now, you guys, I'm sorry if you think this is crass in any way, shape, or form. But once I learned that aspect of things, about Kaylee and Maddie having been in the same bed that night, the actual murder made a little bit more sense to me, in the sense of how it was done, and went on to be undetected. Because the whole thing is like, how can somebody go into this place undetected? Nobody heard anything, and it's 4 people. Nobody stood up and fought. Nobody screamed. And this person was able to leave undetected. right? But once I learned that, it made a little bit more sense. Because, and again, I mean, I'm sorry, guys, this is just speculation. And I realize it's a little graphic. So, trigger warning, but immediately I was like, oh, okay. Because I imagine there being, this whole time I was thinking this person went one by one. You had Ethan and Xana that were in the same bed, of course. But this whole time I'm thinking that this is just somebody who attacked one by one, right? Stabbing one by one. But the fact that Kaylee and Maddie were in the same bed makes it make sense to me that this killer probably stabbed Kaylee, then Maddie, Kaylee, then Maddie, Kaylee, then Maddie. You know what I mean? Or, you know what I mean? I realize it's kind of a graphic thought, but it makes more sense to me as to why he was able to leave undetected. He or she, I would imagine it's a he, but leave undetected, and nobody wakes up and there was no noise. Probably, I'm trying to find the right word, subdued quickly to where they neither had a moment or time to scream, So here I am with my limited thoughts thinking this is just one person, and then moving on to the next, and then moving on to the next, and so on. But it feels like that would make sense if they're both in the same bed. They're both close enough to each other, and you can actually just, attack them both simultaneously. You can attack them both, and that makes it make more sense to me. And it's sad. Like it sickens me to have to think about it, but I was just trying to make sense this whole time. I know a lot of us were, but my point being that now that we know that Kaylee and Maddie were in the same bed, it seems more feasible that this person was able to go undetected.
Oh, we were pointing out this room and that room, but remember I was talking about how it didn't appear that Kaylee was supposed to be there, because according to her mom, she was at home and just coming there to visit to show off her car. That was it. So it sounded like she must have moved out. So if she stayed the night there, it was a slumber party. She slept in the bed. I mean, they've been around each other since they were in sixth grade. It's not uncommon, even at my age, if girls need a bunk together, we bunk together. I mean, we're not like guys. We just don't, we don't worry about stuff like that. And so I could see it, but it was just one of those things because she had a room there. Was the bed still there? I don't think so. I think she fully moved out of that apartment. We haven't confirmed that yet. But by way of her coming from her mom's house there, just to visit with her BFF and to show her new Range Rover off and to go out and have a good time and then to stay the night there, you just didn't, we knew that she had lived there. So it was hard. So I'm just, that had to have been just a nightmare. I mean,
so where's the theory?
Something that we hear about this case.
She titled this thing Theories, and she's 13 minutes into it, and I've already given a theory based on what she's talking about, and she hasn't given one fucking theory yet.
Hearing about what happened in this case.
See, here's what's going to happen, folks.
We know that it was really
Let me explain to you what's going on. Betty has not been able to do she hasn't been able to be Bullhorn Betty. She hasn't been able to do that. She hasn't been able to be Bullhorn Betty in Idaho. Very interesting. Because yeah, she has her ticker at the bottom of the screen saying, you know, Cash App link and Venmo link and PayPal link, and you know, she's got her super chats going and shit, even at this vigil, which is totally tasteless. But she's not getting nearly the financial support that she was getting in Georgia. And there's a simple reason for this. A very simple reason. It's because she has attracted an audience that wants drama. She thinks of herself as an investigator. She thinks of herself as a reporter. And yet she hasn't reported shit. She hasn't investigated shit. She hasn't given any sound theories. She's given theories based on things that have already been debunked by law enforcement. And she doesn't have her bullhorn with her. She doesn't have half of her name with her. Her viewers, she attracts an audience that want her to act like a complete and total jackass. They root for her to be a complete and total asshole. And here she is trying to conduct herself in a professional capacity, as she says. But the fact of the matter is she's not a professional. She's a Karen. And she screams and yells through a bullhorn, and her viewers are entertained by that and that alone. Period. That's what gets her the support. That's what gets her the super chats. That's what gets her the cash apps. That's it. Now she's just Bear Betty. Catherine 662, as you just said. Bear Betty. She's nobody without her bullhorn. She's absolutely 150% fucking useless. And her viewers see it. So what's going to happen is, if it's not happening already, okay? If it's not happening right now while she's laying in her bed in this hotel room, what's going to happen, if it's not happening already, is she is trying to think of ways that she can bump this up and start making some noise while she's out there in Idaho. But the problem with that is that she's feeling the vibe out there in Idaho, between everyone out there already knowing who she is, because she's not used to that. She's used to the delusion of people knowing who she is. But now that she's actually made a name for herself and people actually do know who she is, it scares the fuck out of her. That's a fact. She is scared shitless. Now that people know who she is, now that people are acknowledging her, now that Brian Enton was like, hey, Bullhorn Betty. Now she's Big Yawn Betty. Railvin. Absolutely. Right. Now that everybody knows who she is, between that and having her credentials revoked from U.S. Press Corps, now she's freaking out. She doesn't know what to do with herself. She's totally intimidated because people know who she is, and they're just waiting for her to get out of line. Because she was real loud just before she came out here talking about, I'm going back to Savannah. I'm going to go back to Savannah, and I'm going to jail. I'm determined to go to jail. Remember that? Remember that? Very interesting. But nope, we're seeing a very somber Betty. This is not Bullhorn Betty. This is just Betty. And she knows, she's feeling the vibe while she's out there, that if she gets out of line, she's not going to be welcome. Nobody's going to support her. Nobody's going to be like, oh my God, good for this lady. If she goes out there and even remotely makes any kind of scene, everyone's going to attack her because she is being absolutely disrespectful to these victims. Everyone in this community in Moscow, Idaho, everybody at the University of Idaho has come together. Surrounding universities in Idaho have come together in support of these victims and in support of law enforcement finding out who did this. And if she goes out there with her bullshit, she's going to get crucified, not martyred. Okay? She's going to get punished rightfully. And she knows it. She feels it. She feels the vibe in the cold air that's freezing her toes off. She feels it. That's all that's happening, man. That's all that's happening right there in Idaho. And right now, she's trying to play empathy. And even with her own listeners, that dog don't hunt. Because the only people that are watching her right now, including myself, including you, are just waiting for her to lose her temper and do what Bullhorn Betty always does. And I don't think she's going to do it. The pressure's too high on her. Because all that talk, all that loud mouthing talking about, you don't know who you're dealing with. You're dealing with Bullhorn Betty. She's not out here saying law enforcement isn't doing enough. Hell, like Chatham County Police had way more information on the Quentin Simon case. They had way more information. They got a lot more done than these guys did, or at least that we know of. And I'm not minimizing what Moscow Police Department are doing. I think that they're doing a great job with what they have to work with. They're doing everything they can. The FBI is involved. Everybody, to me, it's the same energy as far as I'm concerned. Same energy coming from law enforcement in this case as in Chatham County. They're just doing everything as carefully and meticulously as they can in order to get justice for these victims. I truly, truly believe that. I believe it with all my heart. The only difference is there's more pressure from law enforcement on people like her to not spread misinformation. They're being very, very careful about that. All of their press releases are clearly designed to help control misinformation, rumors, and speculation. Hell, even the last prayer that was said, the last speaker that got up there at that vigil, that really nice lady, and she said a prayer. She even threw in the prayer. She said, may our minds and hearts be free of speculation and a rumor. She said that. Something along those lines, if not exactly. But she said that. These people are already collectively, their energy is pushing people like her and all these other shitty, fucked up YouTubers that have stuck themselves in these past cases and fucked up investigations. They are very protective of this. And that energy's there and she's feeling it. And that's why she is on her best fucking behavior right now. But she's not in her best behavior, because if she was in her best behavior would dictate that what she would do is actually get facts on the case, keep herself posted on press releases and press conferences and pay attention to them and know what's been debunked and what hasn't been. And you know what? Any YouTuber that does that, that simply is standing out there, right? Not giving speculation. I would support a YouTuber who is just like, you know what? I can afford to fly out there and I'm just going to film. Just like, I mean, all the other media people are doing it. There's nothing wrong with what they're doing as long as they're doing it ethically. They're not going around knocking on people's doors and asking questions, interfering with and tampering with potential witnesses and possible suspects. As long as you're not doing that, cool. Great. That's great that a YouTuber is able to stand out there and see and capture, as long as you're educated on all the updates and all the facts of the case. You can stand out there and actually film the house and any updates, any developments that happen in the case. You're there, you're firsthand. You're you know, as JLR said, boots on the ground. Great. That's awesome. As long as you're not interfering with the investigation. I would support any YouTuber that did that. As long as they did it ethically. But here she is theorizing on misinformation that's already been debunked and already saying that she's going around and speaking to people that might actually be involved in this case in some way, shape, or form that she doesn't know because law enforcement has not released this. Because now what she's doing, she's lost. She's in a position to where her true colors have to show. There's no way to hide her true colors, because now what she does is not going to be tolerated out there. She feels that vibe, and so she's stuck doing jack shit. Absolutely nothing. Because she's incapable of doing any research, and she's incapable of reporting any facts. She just can't do that. What she does is scream through a bullhorn and harass people. That's all she does. And we're seeing that now. We're seeing that that is absolutely her value. And her supporters, yeah, they're not paying for that. That's not content worth paying for. It's boring. You know, just her sitting in a fucking hotel room talking about, I had tears in my eyes, talking about the vigil like she just came from a concert. Oh my God, when they played that song, oh, I wanted to cry. That's what she's describing the shit as. Minimizing a father talking about and honoring his deceased child, taken way too young, minimizing that like it's a song that she heard from an artist at a concert. Nobody wants to pay for that shit. That's why she's not getting super chats. That's why she's not getting fucking PayPals and Venmos and shit. And she's going to see that shit. She's going to see that she's not reciprocating. She's not getting that money reciprocated back to her that she spent on that trip, that she didn't pay for in the first place. Her supporters did. And she won't look at it that way. She won't look at it as like, I was grateful to be able to come out here. She'll say that, but her actions will dictate otherwise. Guaranteed. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. But she's going to start seeing, she's going to be like, shit, I'm not making the money back here that I thought I was going to make. I thought this being the biggest case in the world right now, being even bigger than the Quentin Simon case, well, you know, I thought that I was going to make way more money on this trip than I was making with the Quentin Simon case. But she's not. She's not. Because YouTube doesn't work like that. Murder cases don't work like that. That's just not how it is. And the irony of this is that energy that entire community is putting out, that wall of protection from grifting, shitty fucking social media web sleuths, is due to her behavior almost directly. Because nobody else goes out to these things. No other YouTubers go out. They just sit in their studio like mine, and they sit there and they fucking do just irresponsible speculation at worst. But they don't show up to possible crime scenes. They don't show up and start harassing possible witnesses, possible suspects. None of them do that. She, MGL, JLR, Olivia, Jaundice, they're the only ones that do that shit. Dolly, they're the only ones that do that bullshit. And she made so much fucking noise with the Quentin Simon thing in Savannah that everyone fucking already knows about her there. They all know her there. Just like Toast said, she's not famous, she's infamous. Yes, all she knows is violence. Absolutely. All she knows is how to harass people. Because what she's claiming to be doing, she's not doing right or well at all. Not even a little bit. She's not getting any facts on this case. I mean, and just looking stupid too, with a fucking, with a crossing guard's fucking vest on. Do you all see this shit? Like, dude. She's got like a crossing guard's like fucking vest on that says Bullhorn Betty and it's fucking pink. It's the weirdest shit I've ever seen. Like, what is going through her fucking brain, bro?
Only here for about an hour.
Hold on a second.
And it appeared that they were last at when they went to a party. The weird thing about this whole fraternity thing is Zena and Ethan, according to the reports,
it's Xana. It's not Xena. It's not the fucking warrior princess, bro. It's a murder victim. Get her fucking name right.
that I received, were only here for about an hour. And it appeared that they actually left like around 10 o'clock at night. And I don't know where they were. I actually heard rumors that they actually went to Ethan's sister's fraternity party that night as well. So again, we're out here just in front of the fraternity. We're just trying to, bring awareness. And a lot of people are talking about
bring awareness to what? So now you've got this half-cocked fucking theory. You've got this half-cocked fucking theory that somebody in this fraternity had something to do with this. Why in the fuck are you doing that?
Was there somebody involved with this fraternity that could have potentially done something to these kids, and I don't know. I don't know if that's the answer.
Exactly.
But I don't
You
want
don't
people
fucking
attacking
know.
this fraternity. I really don't. I think it's fully and wholly unnecessary.
That's what you're doing right now. Why are you even talking about them, and why are you even standing in front of the fucking fraternity building? What the fuck is wrong with you?
But again, we're out in front of the Sigma Chi fraternity house. Again, this is the last place that Ethan and Zaina were seen that evening. I believe that they had to have gone some other place. I just did a video literally right behind this building here. Let me turn you. Right behind this building here is the house. I'm going to try to see. I don't know if you guys will be able to see it or
Y'all are
not.
killing
What
me
I'll
in
do
this
is I'm just
chat.
going to unshack the camera real quick, and then we're just going to run over there or look over there, and I will see if we can see it from here. Let me turn the camera
Oh my
around real
God.
quick. I'm pretty sure. Let me
Giant
find it
talking
first.
nipple.
There it is, right there. Perfect view. Sorry guys, I'm trying to work with this. My hands are still cold. It's a lot warmer out here than it was yesterday, but I'm telling you, this Florida girl ain't liking this. I have to be honest with you.
She's still complaining about the fucking cold, bro.
There it is.
Like, we
Let me
get
just
it.
see
It's
You
cold.
guys can barely see it in the camera, but it's literally right there. That right there. That little window right there is theirs. That's how close the house is. I literally was on the other side because there's dorms, fraternity dorms all around here. So this is one big, huge building. You guys need to stay tuned for the videos to come out. So again, I can't get too far away from my box because this is not my cell phone. This is just another phone I brought with me. So I could be utilizing my phone if people need to send me information about this case. I will be available. Let me turn this around. Let me get you jacked back up.
Rebecca Sooks. I'd rather support you, Will. Awesome channel. Thanks. Thank you.
So very, very
Appreciate
close. I'm saying that if you walked around, literally walked from their house, they live off of King Road. Okay, so you drive around there, you drive to Queen, and then you get on Taylor, or actually right off of Queen is where you go. Look straight, and it's before you get on Taylor, and you look straight, and there's the fraternity. It is that close. It is you can spit. It's that close. Hello, newbies. I saw there was several new members to the coffee club that didn't become members on one of our lives. So I just want to say congratulations for helping and supporting the coffee club and Bullhorn Betty channel. Thank you and welcome aboard. God bless you and thank you for your love and support. I wonder what the weather was like for BHB. I'm not sure what you mean by that. It's pretty stinking cold out here. If you haven't noticed, there's like 6 inches of snow on the ground, which is crazy because it's snowing today.
All she's fucking talking about is how cold it is. And she's the worst fucking weather bunny ever. Like, you're calling yourself media, and you're even the worst fucking weather bunny ever. I think I fucking talked about this earlier today or yesterday, where I was just like, I was thinking like, like, just imagine a weather bunny out there and going, yeah, it's cold. My feet hurt. It's cold. Like, that's, what the fuck are you doing out there? Seriously, what the fuck are you doing out there? Like, at what point do you realize that you are completely and totally and utterly full of shit, and you are just wasting your supporters' money?
But it's warmer. It's warmer, and I got my.
Okay, I got a PayPal, but let me see if it has a screen name. It doesn't, but thank you for the PayPal. I really appreciate it.
Got me this beautiful this beautiful reflective gear. I'm out here. I'm on the sidewalk, so I'm not really out in the traffic. But you know, I think it's important just in case people see me. I mean, I'm sure they realize that I'm out here, you know, covering the story. So I haven't had any problems being out here. Law enforcement has been ultra kind. We stopped by the police station today.
I
we
mean,
did our records requests. We should be getting those.
one officer saved you from getting run the fuck over. Talk about it. Get out of the road. That shit fucking killed me, dude. Dude saved your life. Yeah, I would say law enforcement's been very kind. One of them saved your fucking ass.
Those records back before we leave town, which is awesome. And we'll be bringing that to you. I don't really want to go into what my record requests were really about. I think Olivia is going to be dropping a video later tonight that may provide those answers for you. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm keeping those under wraps. She wants to release them. That's fine. I'm not.
Still
but
kills
it is
me
very
so
chilly
much.
out here. But I got gloves. I do have hot hands in the car. I'm out here without my big wool jacket. I'm doing that because I don't really need
She's
it.
still
It's
talking
too hard
about
to
the
move
cold,
because I got
bro.
like 5 layers of clothes on right now. You
She's
know,
still talking about the fucking
snow,
cold,
this
bro.
cold, way too much. But I'm doing what I got to do. Is that Olivia I see? Yeah. Well, hello, Miss Olivia.
I'm just finding a spot.
You're finding a spot?
Yeah.
You couldn't find one down there. We can do. Why don't you just sit up right here?
Yeah, I think that's what I do. Let me say hi.
Hi.
Hi, everyone. I didn't want to be too far because I didn't want you to get scared and like.
She's worried about me getting scared. I'm the least scared person out here. Like I'm going to be rocking these streets in the middle of the night. You know, just to prove that I believe these streets are safe here.
You're the most scared out there. I would say, like we can tell by your behavior, because you're not. There's Bullhorn Betty that's speaking of herself in a third person, right? Talking about they don't know who they're messing with out here. Law enforcement better step it up. They don't know who they're messing with. Yeah, that energy's not there, bro. Like I'm not feeling that energy at all. Nobody is. I'm feeling a scared Betty here. Like real scared.
When law enforcement tells us that this is a targeted attack, this is personal, that there's no real threat to the community. I know a lot of people don't want to listen to them, but I am. I believe them when they say that. I have an idea that they probably got a good idea of the person that did this. And whether they know that specific person or not, you know, they're building a case to bring that specific person to justice.
Now,
I think with everything we found.
Now she understands. See, this is right here. See that shit right there? See what she just fucking did? What she just did right there was prove to me that she knew exactly what was going on in Chatham County and just decided to put on a fucking show and hide behind her bullshit First Amendment rights. And now it wasn't even that. She wasn't even hiding behind her First Amendment rights. What she was hiding behind was the fact that Chatham County just didn't want to waste their fucking time with her by throwing her in jail. That's it. That's it. Because right here, she is proving to me that she understands that fucking due process is a goddamn thing. Due process is a thing. That it takes time to build a case. She just fucking said it. That's exactly what was going on in Chatham County. They were building a case against Leilani, period. That's all they were doing. They were building a case against Leilani. It takes time. They get one shot. In case she decides to plead not guilty in court, they have to prove that she's guilty. And they have to make sure that they have evidence that cannot be doubted by a jury. There can't be any doubt. And she just fucking admitted it.
we found out, we realized that this is a college age kid. With everything that we found out, I believe that this person would have maybe left this area, the immediate area, but that's not guaranteed. That's just speculation. Do I think he's going to do this again in the real near future? No, I don't. We don't know what caused this to go on, but we are in a college town, and you know, young people do a lot of stupid stuff. This is not your normal run of the mill stupid stuff. There was more planning. There was more nefarious.
Why would you even say that? Why the fuck would you even say that? Like, lump up in any way, shape, or form. Why would you in any way, shape, or form lump up a quadruple murder with kids doing stupid stuff? Are you fucking serious? Betty, okay? There's beer pong, you know, and then there's quadruple fucking murder. It's not, no, they're not even in the same. What are you talking about?
Give me a second, guys. I've got to unlock a car that's 5 feet away from me that I didn't want to lock in the first place. I'm teasing her. I got to tease her. She's ready to kill me, I'm sure. Oh, man. I'm so glad the YouTube app on ISO isn't crashing anymore. Oh, well, if it did, I'm not on the YouTube app. I am on StreamYard, which is a different program that streams to. It's a third-party program that streams.
You're streaming on YouTube, you jackass.
And that I have
what are you
to use
talking
this
about?
because this is how I'm able to bring people on panel. This is how I'm able to share screens. These are things and services that YouTube does not provide. So the only way we can get them.
What the fuck are you talking about? I'm watching you on YouTube right now. I'm streaming you on YouTube right now. What are you talking about? Betty, like I get it. Yes, the program I'm using right now is StreamYard. Yes, but I am streaming onto YouTube. People are on their YouTube. Every single person, they're not watching me on StreamYard. Every single person, all 425 people that are watching me right now are watching me on YouTube. All of the people that are going to be replaying this are watching me on YouTube. That's what they're talking about. They're not talking about your dumbass right now. What the fuck you're doing?
We can get them is to pay for a service to have the ability to do that. For those that are just joining in, again, it is what is today? Today's Wednesday, right? November 30th. Yeah, November 30th. We're going to have the candlelight or prayer vigil for the four slain students at 5 p.m. at the University of Idaho. We're planning on attending that. We're getting out of the.
Look, it's the Dolly Vision that I actually like in my chat.
Sigma Chi fraternity house, and again, lots of news coming out, lots of speculation with a lot of people about who was involved in this. And I'm not sure, you know, I think that if that was the case, I'm pretty sure that law enforcement would have let us know. But, you know, there are some certain events that happen that are leading people to wildly speculate that maybe the person has
she's completely talking out of her
5
ass.
p.m. November 30th, we're going to have the candlelight or prayer vigil for the four slain students at 5 p.m. at the University of Idaho. We're planning on attending that. We're getting out of the Sigma Chi fraternity house, and again, lots of news coming out, lots of speculation with a lot of people about who was involved in this. And I'm not sure, I think that if that was the case, I'm pretty sure that law enforcement would have let us know. But
no, they wouldn't. Betty, the fuck is wrong with you? What are you talking about? Law enforcement's not going to let you know. Law enforcement is letting us know, by the way, that the rumors and speculation that aren't true. They're doing an excellent job of providing press releases. Member of the press, independent member of the press, Betty. You get that, Professor? Okay. They're giving us lots of information of what is not information. They're doing a great job at that, by the way. So, yeah, they're letting us know. Okay. But they're not going to let you know. They're probably not going to let you know that someone is a suspect. I was surprised that Chatham County did that. There had to have been a strategy behind that. I still don't know what that is, but I was surprised that Chatham County did that. And I would think that law enforcement, knowing that you're out there now and knowing that Chatham County put out that information that Leilani was their prime suspect, and how you reacted to that and your behavior spawned from that, I'm pretty sure law enforcement's going to go, yeah, we're not going to release who we think the suspect is. We don't need somebody screaming and yelling at somebody's neighbors and cussing at their kids. So, yeah. So, thanks to you, because you've proven, since you decide you want to represent us all, right? You've proven that the public can't handle that kind of information. Thank you for that, by the way. Because of you, the class doesn't get milk and cookies. Thanks to you. Appreciate it.
There are some certain events that happen that are leading people to wildly speculate that maybe the person has something to do with the fraternity. Such as there was another incident, another altercation out here at 3 a.m. in the morning that law enforcement was actually called or summoned out to this location. And that's one of the records requests that I do have that I told you I wasn't going to tell you about, but there you have it. We are looking into that specific incident that took place here at Sigma Chi. Does that necessarily mean anything? No, but it is kind of weird that we had literally law enforcement presence in a spit that specific I do called or summons out to this location. And that's one of the records incident, another altercation out here at 3 a.m. in the morning that law enforcement was actually called or summoned out to this location. And that's one of the records requests that I do have that I told you I wasn't going to tell you about, but there you have it. We are looking into that specific incident that took.
Hold on a second. Let me just let her with her bullshit while I
Place
do
here
this
at
real
Sigma
quick.
Chi. Does that necessarily mean anything? No, but it is kind of weird that we had literally law enforcement presence in a spit shot of a house where 4 people were slain about the same time. And why am I making a point to bring this up? It's because everybody is wondering why nobody heard anything. Why didn't anybody hear anything?
It's not.
I just met
It's
with
not
a
what
gentleman.
I thought, but she's talking about an altercation that took place at a frat house, and for some reason, to Betty, that's suspicious in some way, shape, or form. That a bunch of fucking drunk bros might have fucking gotten into a fight at a fraternity. Dude, like, That shit probably happens every fucking Saturday. What are you talking about? Like, are you serious right now? An altercation that ensued at a fraternity house. Really? Like that happens all the time. The only thing that I am willing to even wonder, I'm not even going to speculate on it. I don't have enough information. But I'm curious. I'm curious about the party that Xana and Ethan had attended earlier that night. I'm curious about that. I'd like to know more about that party. But I don't want to go and start asking people about it. What I'm hoping is that law enforcement will come out and say, we looked into that and either there's answers or there's not. But I want law enforcement to do it. I want the professionals to look into that information. I want the professionals that are trained in doing so and experienced to look into that party and then either decide that there's information or there's not. Period. Because they're the ones that are trained and qualified to do that. Not you going around and fucking with innocent people and asking them stupid questions. I mean, it won't bother me if she like shows up and she goes, so your house is right over there. Do your feet get cold like mine do when I walk over there from here to there? Do your feet get cold? Because my feet get cold. I get cold. I don't have my wool jacket. Like, if she does that, cool. I don't have a problem with that. That's perfectly fine. It's not going to bother me at all. If she just spends the rest of her time there, you know, bitching about the cold. You guys know I'm from Florida. You guys, so you guys did you guys do an initiation? What was your initiation like? Did you have to run through the snow naked to get into the fraternity? Because I'm cold. I don't see how you could do that. I hope she does that. That's cool. I won't have a problem with that. I won't have any problem with that at all.
This morning and interviewed him, and he has been completely eaten alive by social media because he spoke to a news outlet, and what he said was not what the people across the world want to hear. So they have literally dove into his entire life. They have turned him upside down. They're basically
you do that with every other case.
He's actually hunted in the past. I hate to break the news to the a-holes out here in YouTube.
You don't. Oh my God. Oh, the a-holes out here in YouTube. You mean? Oh my God. Listen, Betty, bro. You've done that with every other case. You've done that with every other case. You've called and reported people to the Humane Society to try to get them arrested for animal abuse. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're insane.
That likes doing this to innocent people. Like, this is Idaho. If you've never been to Idaho or you're against hunting, I definitely wouldn't recommend coming to Idaho, because one of the problems they're having with finding out that that knife is because everybody around here has one. That's what's making that difficult. This was most likely not a brand new purchase, but it's still a lead law enforcement needs to make. Or they had a lead from a person that they think might be a subject that purchased.
They don't know that it's a hunting knife. They don't know that it's a hunting knife. It's an edged knife. That could be a combat knife. It could be a hunting knife. It could be just a lot of edged knives. Just so you know.
Purchased a particular blade. But these K-bar knives, K-bar military style knives, anybody in Idaho.
Okay. A K-bar knife is a combat knife. It's not a hunting knife.
I can tell you it's probably one of the best sellers that they have here. So just because somebody has passed the hunting, I have a pass in hunting. I guarantee 90% of the people that are in that dormitory style living near the
all right, gotta hold on, put that on get that on the old Betty resume. Hold on real quick. Okay. Reporter, paralegal / attorney, hunter. Got it. Thank you, Betty.
Kaylee, Maddie, Zaina, and Ethan, I bet you 90% of them have hunted. Are we going to call 120 University of Idaho students murderers because they've hunted? You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't make sense. And this poor man, because he gave an interview and lived near this house, he's had his whole life turned upside down and called some of the most horrible, despicable names. Let me tell you guys something. People from across the world, yeah, you, way in the back, that you, yeah, you. Hear me. That kid did not have anything to do with it.
Oh,
you hear what I'm saying?
Thanks.
Leave the man alone.
Oops.
You're doing absolutely no good if you actually think that that man had something to do with it. You don't know how a shit about research. Nothing. If that's the best you got as the who committed these crimes, you don't know your ass from your elbow. Time to move on. Right? Time to move on.
Oh my
this
God.
Whole thing is
bro.
so sad and sickens me. God bless the families. Yeah. And you know, you're right. TL, you're right. It's very, very sad. It is horribly sad. And I heard, this is what I heard. I heard that some of the family may actually go to that memorial and may actually speak. God bless them. Like, who in the world could possibly even think about a memorial for their child when they are in such grief? And they actually may be here and speak. You know, again, God bless them. God bless them.
That's probably what they're most focused on that day.
I hope you're faring okay. Yes, I'm actually doing well.
She just fucking said,
I'm actually doing well
who
today.
can think of a memorial for their child when they're in such grief? That's what grieving people do. They memorialize their loved ones who they're grieving for. Betty. It's what people with feelings do. Just so you know. I don't know if you know anything about that, but people with feelings, people with emotions. Okay. Not thirsty for men because they haven't had any D for 5.5 years. They think about memorializing their children on the day of their memorial when they're grieving for their loved one who they're memorializing. Crazy.
Okay, I don't have the thick coat. My feet are a little cold, but not too awfully cold. You know, it's not too bad. I do have the hand warmers, but haven't had to break them out yet. You know, we're not really setting up here for too awful long because, again, there is that memorial for these students, and we definitely want to be there to show our respect, not just our respect, but the Bullhorn Betty channel and the coffee club's respect. You know, for these people that have lost their life in such a gruesome fashion. Across the street, there is a park because there was a call for police at night at 3. Yes, and that's what I'm talking about. And There's the park. There's like a park area behind this building here, and there's also one up and around
Well,
that you kind of go up.
She did stream it, and she was restricted to a platform where so I'm never going to be unfair to Betty, okay? She did stream it from a platform to where media was restricted, okay? It was like a platform that they had to stay in, and she did stream it, but you know, she wasn't going around asking people questions. She wasn't bothering people. You know, she respectfully just sat quiet and streamed the shit fine. You know what I mean? I prefer she didn't. I feel like only the local news station should have done it, but I don't think that she belonged there at all, because I don't think that she genuinely gives a fuck about anybody. But she didn't go there acting a fool like I thought that she would. I thought that she would absolutely start asking people questions and completely fuck up their chakra. So yeah. But she didn't do that. So like I said, so far she's been behaving. She's just running her mouth senselessly. That's all. But she's doing it to her listeners. She's not doing it through a bullhorn and harassing people.
So there's a lot of places for students to relax around here and to have some privacy or just some fresh air. There's definitely a lot. This, I have to tell you, is a cute place to be. I mean, if I came here to visit with my kids, I would be thinking, wow, my child's left out. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have a lot of, like, they have rural parts here. They have like city parts here, nightlife stuff here. They definitely have a lot of cafes, restaurants, internet places. They have, just around the corner, a library, just everything that students need here. It's fairly safe,
All right. For all you parents out there with small kids, okay, I'm going to ask you something. It's a favor, okay? Just listen to your kids. If you're sitting here and you're thinking, you know what? You know where I want to take my kid on vacation? Moscow, Idaho. Sounds happening. Moscow, Idaho. If you ever think that, okay? If you ever think that, do me the favor and just sit down with your kid and just humor them and genuinely ask them, where would you like to go? I promise you, Moscow, Idaho is not going to come up. I can guarantee it. I'm willing to bet money on it. Okay? Don't do that to your kids. There's nothing in Moscow, Idaho that is going to interest your child. They're going to be bored to death. They're going to complain. They're not going to have anything to do. I mean, what are you going to take them to a frat house? Get them drunk? What are you talking about, Betty? What the fuck are you talking about? just if your kid says, I want to go to Moscow, Idaho, cool. You know what I mean? Take your kid to Moscow, Idaho. Take them to a psychiatrist too, but take your kid to Moscow, Idaho. Get them therapy. Take them to Moscow. Nothing wrong with it, but get them therapy. Okay?
Every person that I've met, I mean, outside of one guy on the interstate, driving at 30 miles an hour, which I was like, I had a football field from, the end of that car, even though it was frustrating driving at that slow speed. And I had a football field. It still wasn't good enough for this man. He flipped me the bird when I went around him. I was thinking that was a little rude, dude. Like, I don't know you like that.
He probably knows you like that,
with
though.
you, I should have been flicking you off for going 30 miles an hour. What are you doing shooting me the bird? And he's like 60 years old. It's like, what is wrong with this older generation?
Well,
what the hell happened to y'all?
At least he didn't choke you.
used to be good, and not all y'all. I know. My family don't be beating me up over here, right? But some of these older people are just, it makes my mouth fall open. Like when I was younger, you weren't rude to your your elders and stuff like that, but they treated people with respect. They didn't stalk people, dox people, flip people the bird. Like, what the hell is going on with grandma over here?
Wait a second. Wait a second. Do I need to go down the list of people that you've doxed? Do I need to do that right now? I don't feel like it. It's late as fuck. Panda already wants to go to bed. Do I need to go down the list of people that you've doxed? I'm not going to. I just don't feel like it. My chat already knows the people that you've doxed. So yeah.
Over here. And grandpa, because it was a dude, right? Just rude. Don't be complaining about your grandkids when you acting like that. I'm just saying, don't be complaining about it, because the fruit don't fall from the tree too far from that tree. And when they're being disrespectful to you, you better remember all those people you were disrespectful for before they started being disrespectful.
Parenting tips from Bullhorn Betty, who has 42 arrests on her record and doesn't have kids. Just so you know.
Respectful to you. Just saying, karma sucks. Just saying. I like to keep my good karma. Juicy Man, hey Betty, hope you guys are staying warm and safe. Love work you and Olivia do. Been watching for about 6 months. Well, thank you so much for the love and support, and thank you for that beautiful loving message. We love support, the support that we get from you guys, and sometimes the thank yous and atta girls and atta boys sometimes make this stuff worth it, because I'm telling you, it's tough.
Sometimes
it's
when
tough.
the money doesn't, the attaboys and the attagirls.
Good afternoon, Betty Mods. Hi, Julie. I hope you're doing well.
Well, Luca, that's fine if you don't have kids, but I don't see you up here telling everybody how to raise their kids either. So
yeah, we're out here. We figured, we went out in front of that house. The one problem is it's sad. Olivia wanted to go and stream in front of the house. I do too, but it's sad, and it's kind of dangerous right there with all the snow and the slipping and sliding, because it comes around into a deep, and we've already had a couple little, not us personally, but we've watched a few near misses there, and I'm just not really today, tomorrow we might go live from there, but today I'm just not really into it. I feel like something will happen either to us or the car, not like that, like wrecks or something. Because I was standing.
So seriously, like 90% of the information that she's put out has been wrong, which is in total 10% of the content that she's put out. The other 90% has been her complaining about the weather and some dude giving her the bird driving. Awesome. Guys, I'm going to wrap this up. I pulled a Zav girl today. Actually, I took a long break. But yeah, I saw that Cankles was live, and I was like, yeah, I gotta stream that shit. And this definitely went longer than I expected to. But I had a great time with you guys as always. It's late. I'll let you guys that are getting ready for work go, and I hope you have a great day. And those of you that are going to go to bed, sweet dreams. Love you guys very much. Thank you for everything, and make sure to hit the like for me and subscribe if you're not already, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.